Good afternoon, everyone. This is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live with storm coverage this afternoon. It is 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time, and we've got a lot of activity to talk about this afternoon. They did, in fact, actually upgrade this to a moderate risk for severe storms today up in the upper Great Lakes and the upper Midwest area. You can definitely see as we zoom in here. So, the areas of most concern today for some tornadoes, and some of those could be on the strong side with very large hail and damaging winds in places like into Madison, Wisconsin, up into Appleton, all the way up into Green Bay as well. That does include the Wisconsin Rapids area, the Wisconsin Dells area. They are, in fact, under a moderate risk. What they just did, they upgraded it at the noon update with a little bit more certainty that everything's going to play out. There's currently no warnings currently right now, which is a good thing. So we're going to be going over all the risk associated with it today. And they do have a tornado watch. So right now we're including all the risks. So even further south, they do have an expansion of the enhanced risk as well, that includes all the way down into the Milwaukee area, goes all the way up into Marquette. So this is a huge zone. And even the slight risk for severe weather extends all the way as far south into Davenport areas, into Iowa City, Traverse City, all the way, so it's just a huge area. And this will, kind of head southeast overnight. So I do feel like the greatest impact time frame is around 3 o'clock to about 10. After 10, I think things start to kind of wind down. They may last through the midnight hour, but we're going to be online. I'm kind of looking at being online here from 3 p.m. to about midnight. So if things do wind down a little bit sooner than that, then we'll be, cutting a little bit of short. But the main thing is we'll be here for the next 7 to plus hours, keeping you well ahead of the storm of everything that's going to unfold this afternoon, because it does appear to be a pretty significant day for severe weather. So they do, in fact, have a hatched risk for that very large hail. So this encompasses all the areas within the moderate risk. But if you live in the Oshkosh area, into the Stevens Point area, back into Green Bay, all those areas into Iron River, you could be looking at some of those larger hailstones. We're talking that golf ball size hail, ping pong size hail, tennis ball size hail is probably not out of the question. We're expecting cloud tops of over 60,000 feet in some of these storms today. So this is another fairly significant day. We did have a moderate risk that actually turned out confirmation from a National Weather Service. It did, in fact, was confirmed to be a derecho the other night in the Ohio Valley, with all those storms congealing together. And it went through in the overnight hours, lasted about 400 miles or so. And that day was a moderate risk. And this is yet another day of another moderate risk going to be on the table for this afternoon. But the time frame is more or less in the day. I think this is going to be from essentially now till about 10 o'clock is the main time frame for this afternoon. But one of the main risks is going to be your very high winds. So they did have a kind of a bullseye there, actually a 45% chance of this hatch risk. That you're talking 65 knots, you're upwards to 75-mile-per-hour wind gust is definitely not out of the question, with a lot of these areas within the purple shaded areas and even in the red shaded areas could see upwards to those 70, if not maybe 80-mile-per-hour winds this afternoon. And then here's your tornado risk. So it's very kind of rare you see a hatched risk, not only a 10% hatched risk, but you do have a little bit more certainty with a 15% hatched risk. So what that basically means is if you live within the red shaded areas, you have a 15% probability of seeing not only a tornado today, but it could be a strong tornado, maybe an EF2 type tornado within this zone. Doesn't mean it's guaranteed, doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it says the atmosphere is there. That has the capability of today of hey, we do see one of these touch the ground, it actually could be on the strong variety, and you have a 15% chance if you live in that area. So that definitely means an 85% chance you probably won't see a strong tornado, which would be good, right? But we're going to be here. I've got Hunter from Weather on the Go online with me as well. So we're going to be with you all throughout today and through the evening time frame to give you well ahead of the storm. And then, like I said, this is the tornado part. So you got a 15% chance in the red, a 10% chance in the yellow, and then also another in the brown shaded area where they have a 5% chance, and then a 2% chance within the green shaded areas. But let me go back, because there's also another risk. So it's a big day. There's also another risk all the way down here into the parts of the east and the southeast. So I'm not expecting these to turn tornadic, but I do expect to be some of these packing 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gust along some of the east coast here, back into the southeast today. I feel a lot of this activity really won't get going until about 6 o'clock, right? So I feel these are going to be popping up sooner. And then once 6 o'clock rolls around, 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock, we're probably going to be seeing isolated type activity down here into portions of the southeast that would include all the way in the Florida Panhandle, Mobile, back into Montgomery, back into Birmingham area, into Atlanta areas, Columbia, back into Charlotte. So we've got a huge swath. If we zoom out, we've got a huge area that we're going to be covering, right? So that's why I've got some help with me today with Hunter. It's going to be greatly helping me with me on, helping me with these storms. But let me go over the actual tornado watch, because they did in fact issue a tornado watch for today for the areas that are included within that moderate risk zones. So how are you doing, everyone? How's it going, Hunter? How are you doing?
Pretty good. Just kind of looking over some of the observations right now.
Yeah, so here's the updated tornado watch. So they literally just issued this. I felt like 3 o'clock was going to be a good time frame for everything to start. You can see where the storms are out to the west. None of these are actually severe at the moment, but it's probably only going to be a matter of time now before these kick off and do turn severe. So yes, within these areas, we could be looking at a few tornadoes are possible, likely, with a couple of intense tornadoes. Widespread damage, winds likely with an isolated significant gust up to 75 miles an hour. And there's your scattered large hail, likely with 3 inches in diameter hail. A very favorable environment for severe storms continues to unfold across the region. Some of these could be intense storm development, including supercells expected through mid to late afternoon with a very moist and unstable air mass. This includes the potential for very large hail and tornadoes, and a few of which could be strong, if not intense, particularly across southwest Wisconsin into a broad part of central Wisconsin, where conditions appear the most favorable. By evening, damaging wind potential. So this could turn into another squall line. So in the beginning, we could be looking at very large hail, tornadic supercells, probably for the next couple of hours. And then maybe about 8 o'clock time frame turn into a kind of a nasty squall line. And that's when I think the 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts could unfold, as this will race across to the east there. And then once they kind of hit the 10, 11 o'clock time frame, they lose a lot of the daytime heating. And I think they do tend to start to weaken and eventually actually start to rapidly fall apart towards the midnight time frame. So that's the latest thinking. I know Hunter was going to go over some of the analysis as well.
Yeah. Just first things first. Can you guys hear me clearly, or is there an echo? Let me know in the chat so I can get going here. And once I get the green light, I'll talk about the analysis here.
Hey, so can everybody hear Hunter okay? Just get thumbs up, just comment. Thumbs up, hear Hunter.
See, it's quiet, but it's clear. And then I see a nice and clear. A couple more comments and I can get going here.
Okay, great. Yeah, Devin said it's perfect.
Yeah, so we got a lot of 90s moving up into the Midwest here today. We got dew points rising well into the 60s, 70s, some mid 70s, pooling along that cold front. Right now, that cold front is extending from northwestern Wisconsin all the way down into Iowa, central Iowa toward the Des Moines area. And I was just looking at the observations at the Des Moines airport. There is showing temperatures in the mid 80s. But then if you go just 30 to 45 minutes west of Des Moines, you were in the low to mid 60s. So there's a pretty potent cold front today, and that's what's going to be sweeping eastward ever so slightly, through the rest of this afternoon and into this evening. In addition to that, I was just looking over the thermodynamics here type of stuff. The CAPE that we always look at, the instability or the convective available potential energy. And that is actually rising in a bunch of Wisconsin into the 3,000 range, especially across the Madison area, getting down toward Prairie du Chien, Janesville, and then kind of moving its way up toward the Wisconsin Dells. And then further southwest in the Quad Cities in Davenport, Iowa, Rockford, Illinois, getting down and farther south toward Peoria there on the far southern edge of that, slight and marginal risk zone. You have that 4,000 joule per kilogram instability, which is almost extreme levels that you need for severe weather. And then another aspect of this is the wind shear, right? So you have wind shear in the mid levels and you have wind shear in the low level. We have some strong low level wind shear across especially central Wisconsin, and that is why the Storm Prediction Center, given the high CAPE values, the high instability, the high wind shear, has gone ahead and put a moderate risk out for the day today. And that's kind of the setup. And then kind of looking at the the surface, kind of what the storms will look like on radar potentially today. Kind of a messy storm mode, messier than I thought it would be actually today across western Wisconsin. We'll have some supercells embedded in there, some multi-cells if anybody scientific, is on the channel right now. And then these storms will start to push east and northeastward and to develop into congeal into a squall line with embedded supercells still in the squall line. So we could still have some spin up tornadoes, still some strong tornadoes on the edge of that squall line with that damaging wind threat. And like Roy was mentioning, that large hail threat could be up to 3 inches in diameter today. So, that's up to near baseball size. So that's some pretty decent hail across central Wisconsin. So do want to park your cars just, siding on the air of caution in a garage or some type of covering, just in case we get some of those larger hailstones today. And like Roy was saying, this will start to sweep its way out across Lake Michigan and into the state of Michigan, probably mid to late evening. And then we'll kind of swing this severe weather on by for the rest of the day. And that's all I got, Roy. So take it away.
Yeah, so things are kind of really getting going here. There's, like I said, there's no warnings out currently right now. So we do have a watch. There's that within that yellow shaded box down here for a tornado watch. There are some storms, there are some activity down here, but they do have that slight risk for severe storms down here in the southeast. But these are just kind of mesoscale discussions. I mean, some of this activity is producing some, 40 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe up to 50 mile per hour at times. Some of your lighter size hail, your penny size, your pocket tank type, chase hail. That's actually nothing to be terribly too concerned about. There's nothing to cause damage. That's why there's no severe warnings at the moment. But I do feel, as we tap into some of those peak heating, these areas are approaching. I know Atlanta was maybe forecasted for their first 100-degree temperature so far this season, maybe 101 possibly, but there's going to be a lot of energy left, right? So, I mean, we're just looking at some of the water vapor that's going to be coming in from the north. These have been classic ridge riders lately. There's been a dominating, I don't need to tell you, right? I mean, there's been just a dominating high pressure over much of the southern, southwest, southern plains. This is shifting a little bit east, over time. It's allowed some weakness. It's allowed some Saharan dust to kind of filter into portions of Texas. And actually, some of that dust actually goes all the way up into portions, further north into the U.S. I mean, all the way from Africa, right? For some of that south flow from off the Gulf. But Yeah, so right now it's just these are like kind of peak heating storms, and then once we tap into that higher peak heating towards the 5-6 o'clock time frame, I feel we're going to have more numerous cells really start to pop up, and I think that's where we're going to have these kind of sporadic cells from producing some of those 60-mile-per-hour winds down here, and some of that quarter size hail. Maybe some of these could be ping pong size. The most severe threat is well, obviously going to be up here into the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes regions. And so right now you can see definitely on radar, there's some activity into Waterloo, back into Manchester, back into La Crosse, Winona areas. Again, nothing severe. So it's just kind of your moderate rain, and as it's waiting for that some of that instability, everything's just kind of coming together, and it could just all kind of happen at once. So but it's always good to come on ahead of things before they happen. So things are in place, right? I mean, things are definitely in place today for a fairly significant day for severe weather. So we're going to be here for the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, however long it takes until these storms really start to come down and subside a little, to keep you well ahead of the storm. We'll keep you well ahead of the any warnings that may unfold, so you can get in your safe zone. So now is the time, if you live in those risk areas, to be prepared, right? You need to charge your phones if the electricity goes out. That's been fairly prevalent with some of these storms as of late, with the high winds that are going to be impacting the areas, especially if you happen to be fairly close to a tornadic supercell. Obviously that would do a lot of damage, and some of the winds knocking out power outages, power lines. So, and then of course, you do what you can to protect yourself. If your vehicles are outside, if you have a way to cover them under a carport, garage, or anything like that, I would definitely advise to do so until all this activity clears. And then, so we're just kind of sitting and waiting, sitting in waiting game. You can actually see there's actually 2 storm chasers down here and by Richland Center here. They're kind of just waiting on the activity as well. So everybody just kind of watching and waiting right now. Hey, Snowies, how are you doing? Now that the clouds are finally clearing, I can actually feel that heat. Hey, it's only going to be a matter of time, Snowies, before I think every day that you get, especially towards the weekend. Hey, Ghost, how's it going? Yeah, great to see you on here. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, tell your family, friends to get on here as well. We'll be covering this, like Roy said, all the way through the rest of this afternoon. We got you covered through at least middle of the evening. So tell your family, friends, anybody else to come on. We'll gladly welcome them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is live storm coverage. This is for the entire duration of the event. I mean, I know a lot of news stations out there, they only kind of break in if something's on the ground or something, might be like imminent, right? So we're going to be covering this from start to finish, right? So, I mean, they literally just issued the tornado watch. We'll be here all the way through 10 o'clock tonight. So it's important to like the feed, to share the feed with any friends and family that may be in these risk zones today. And then it's a huge risk zone. I mean, let me just go back here and highlight what we're talking about today for these risk zones. And so it includes all the portions in the upper Great Lakes, a good chunk of Wisconsin, back into near Chicago, into the closer to the evening time frame, back into Davenport, Madison, Green Bay, all the way to Marquette, and then even in the southeast. So these storms are going to be popping up into portions of Pittsburgh, in Pennsylvania here, closer into central, portions of Virginia, parts of West Virginia, down here into the Carolinas, Virginia, into the South Carolina, back into Georgia, as well as into Montgomery, Alabama, and even into the panhandle of Florida. And I think, this is just kind of the start, because, even tomorrow, I mean, I've just kind of maybe highlight tomorrow here quickly, because they did in fact actually upgrade to an enhanced risk for severe storms. So there's going to be a kind of a squall line that comes through There's going to be another boundary setting up over Kansas City into St. Louis. And then all that instability will head northeast. So now you're talking places like Pittsburgh has been upgraded to an enhanced risk for severe weather for tomorrow, back into State College, back into Williamsport, into Binghamton, Rochester, Syracuse, into Watertown. Those are the areas that might get hit tomorrow. And just kind of first blush, it could be around same time, about 3 o'clock, where I think things are going to be starting to get active for tomorrow. So if need be, we'll be doing this exact thing again for tomorrow, to keep these, keep you ahead of the storms, hitting a different part of the country. So, but today,
we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning issued just east of La Crosse for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail just now.
All right, so let me take this watch off, because sometimes it can get cluttered with some of these watches that are over the same areas. Okay, so yes, we do in fact have that first severe thunderstorm of the day. So this is going to be near La Crosse. Let me just zoom out here. All right, so what we're looking at here is this is for southeastern La Crosse County and west central Wisconsin, northwestern Vernon County and southwestern Wisconsin, as well as southern Monroe County and west central Wisconsin. At 3:17, there was a severe thunderstorm that was located near the Coon Valley area, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So that just goes to show you guys, you got a strong upper level jet today, and these are going to be quick movers, right? I mean, at 50 miles an hour, you're not going to have much time to heed warning, right? So this is borderline severe at 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, but that's how it starts, right? And some of these are going to be a lot more intense than this, but they're going to be still moving at 50 miles an hour. So we could be looking at tornadoes that are on the ground moving at 50 miles an hour today. So that is a huge concern, because you're not going to have that just lessens the lead time to get in your safe zone, right? So that's why it's very important. We'll give you on-time, real-time warnings. I mean, even possibly, activity that maybe looks like it maybe turned tornadic well ahead before it actually turns tornadic, if at all possible, right? So we are going to be covering a kind of a bigger area today. Obviously, the most concerns are going to be tornadoes, right? So when stuff pops up into the southeast today, we're going to try to cover everything, right? But if there are tornadoes on the ground up here into Iowa, up into Wisconsin, there are going to be the most priority, because it's going to be difficult to keep bouncing around at times. So that's only if things gets really, really, really active later on this afternoon. So we'll do the best we can to cover all the areas of severe weather today to keep you out of harm's way.
Yeah, this storm that's moving east of La Crosse is moving eastward into east-northeastward into a more hostile environment, or should I say, a more conducive environment for severe weather right now, with higher cape to the east into central Wisconsin. So as these storms form right on the Mississippi River and cross into Wisconsin from Iowa into Minnesota, from Minnesota, we're going to have some rapid severe thunderstorm development. And I'm thinking within the next hour. I think these are really going to start bubbling up here in the next hour.
I mean, I just feel like everything's going to explode all at once. That's why I'm just. That's why I've got to kind of pre-warning you. I mean, this is almost like the calm before the storm. I mean, don't let your guard down saying, hey, there's not much happening right now. Because I think, we hit a certain time frame. It just, things are going to boom, 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 all light up all at once. And it's going to get kind of out of control there for a little bit. So, I mean, but yeah, even right now, you can actually see some of the deepening red start to take shape, right? I mean, this is zoom in and just kind of north of Coon Valley here. That's always an indication of, some higher cloud tops that are forming. Just these things are, gaining in intensity as they, tap into that more unstable environment here. So just kind of a wait and see here as these storms, move off to the east here.
Yeah, I'm seeing a question here. So is the Chicago area out of the woods for severe weather tonight, says Barbara. The Chicago area is going to be, the storms will be on a weakening trend before they ever really hit Chicago proper. I cannot discount the threat for an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm over the city of Chicago, but the threat overall is much higher as you go into Wisconsin, especially central Wisconsin, and especially across northwestern Illinois up towards, Freeport, Rockford, getting toward the Dubuque, Iowa area for sure.
Yeah, it looks to be for the Chicago area that these are going to be in a squall line and a weakening squall line as it approaches Chicago, maybe 10, 11 time frame, maybe towards midnight. But they are going to be on that weakening trend as they approach Chicago, and they may even fall apart by then before they even reach Chicago. So, but it's not that high of concern of any significant storms into Chicago area tonight, because I feel like these are going to be on the downward trend by then as they move your way.
Good family avoid their kids' baseball game in Bolingbrook. Okay, so yeah, Bolingbrook is over by Chicago there on the western suburbs. I think you are okay if your game gets over by mid-evening. I think you're definitely fine through much of the evening hours. I mean, the southern end of the squall line will move much slower than the squall line up toward the north into Wisconsin. It's going to start to bow out across Wisconsin more than into Illinois.
They're asking about Dallas and Houston and Kansas City. Well, I can tell you Dallas and Houston are under that high pressure, a lot of sinking air, a lot of subsidence air. It's there's no storm development, no rain for a while, actually. Kansas City, I don't think there's much activity today, but we do have a slight risk for severe storms into the day tomorrow for the Kansas City area. So nothing to be terribly concerned into Kansas City for today. And it's all about the heat in Dallas and Houston.
Same thing for Ohio. I see there's a question that says, is that slight risk for tomorrow for Ohio? I'll have to look at the thing. I don't think so. I don't think
it does include parts of Ohio. I'm looking at it right now. It includes Columbus. It doesn't include, it basically includes the eastern parts of Ohio, not the western parts. What was ironic about, like, say, Columbus area, yesterday I was reading for the National Weather Service, they hit a dew point of 84, guys. That actually broke the all-time record. That's like crazy high. That's like almost unheard of high. That's why obviously it broke the all-time record up into the Columbus area. So that just gives you an idea of the atmosphere is prime, right? And so all you have to have is some sort of trigger and some sort of instability to tap into that atmosphere. And you've got pretty big thunderstorms because the atmosphere is completely, it's almost like a sponge that it's just kind of waiting in those areas that reach the higher dew points like that. But yes, tomorrow it seems to be the eastern, parts of Ohio, not the western parts.
Yeah, I see a question here as well. It's saying, what about Appleton, Wisconsin? If I remember right, that's between Green Bay and Oshkosh. Yeah, you guys are squarely in the heavy severe weather risk today. This won't arrive until the evening hours for you guys, more toward the mid to late evening, but it can get pretty noisy across the Appleton area. Do want to watch out for strong tornadoes, maybe some longer track tornadoes, those damaging wind gusts that could be in excess of 75 miles an hour, and then that very large, up to 3-inch hail sizes with those hailstones today there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as these continue to move off east, I think they're just going to be intensifying. So by the time they get to Appleton, I think they're going to be almost at their peak. So definitely concerned in Appleton today for sure. So pay attention to this storm coverage throughout the afternoon and evening time frame, and we'll keep you well ahead of the storm here. Hey, Brett, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for coming back. Much higher dew points and the wet bulb health issues will be pronounced. Yeah, that's crazy dew points lately. It's just been incredible. Some of these, even the model runs in the Southeast next week, hitting some of those crazy. I know the European is almost going off the charts. Some of those temperatures in the Southeast next week, 110 degrees would be almost unheard of. if that actually happens.
Yeah, see another question, Joshua Barron, if I'm pronouncing that right, I hope. Joshua, for this particular storm moving through Wisconsin, I live in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, and these storms have a propensity to fizzle out before it comes this way. Can you comment? Same thing like Appleton. If you live in Fond du Lac, just south of Oshkosh and west of Sheboygan, you guys are going to be the most mature state for these storms, mid to late evening, with those damaging squall line winds, the straight line winds, and then you got those large hailstones up to potentially 3 inches in diameter, and also maybe some spin up stronger tornadoes too as well.
Yeah, I feel like they're not going to fizzle out before they reach you there. I think it's going to be the complete opposite. They're going to be hitting their peak when they hit your area, unfortunately. Hey, Big John, I appreciate it. Thanks for the donation there.
Yeah, what I did want to note here as well, while we're talking about the storms developing, is that I'm starting to see a pretty deep cumulus field starting to develop east of kind of along and east of Mason City to Des Moines, Iowa, and eastward towards the Cedar Rapids and Waterloo area, where we have some storms and also some low-topped showers starting to develop continuously down through that line. That will just continue all the way through the evening hours, and this will start to shift east and across the Davenport area and up toward Rockford later today.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, Brett, you can't be outside of 95 wet bulb and probably more like 90 wet bulb. And the reality, I read a study about a while back, 28C is the danger zone. Hey, will Oklahoma get storms again or just heat? Right now, it's all about the heat. The northwest flow is almost the northwest flow is not active right now. You were getting the northwest flow, but that is all subsided and the heat has moved in. The high pressure is winning over your area, and it's questionable when it's going to move out, right? I mean, once these high pressure moves in, I mean, they might fluctuate back and forth a little bit, but it's going to be a hot summer, right? I mean, it's one of those summers. It's going to be more intense than what you would typically see in a kind of a what quote unquote normal summer, right? I mean, so yeah, it's just the heat, and I mean, I live in Texas, so I get it. I mean, we're all wanting rain here, but it's not going to happen. It just the high pressure is really dominating right now.
Yeah, and I did want to say too. I know all about the heat, everybody. I was out mowing a bunch of lawns. I mow on the side as well, and 9 o'clock this morning, the heat index here in northern Illinois, where I live, was already in the mid 90s at 9 in the morning. So I was sweating up a sweat hog this morning for sure. Yeah, I know what it is. I know what it's like to feel 80-degree dew points. The highest I've ever felt was 83 degrees, and that was 2 summers ago in 2020. So yeah, it gets pretty humid up here.
Yeah, I live in Dallas. The highest is 86, and I've felt the 86. And it's almost like you're in a rainforest, right? It's almost like it feels like you're in a tropical rainforest, and it's rare. It's rare when you see something like that, but it can happen, and it's one of those seasons where 80-degree dew points are going to be more pronounced than other years in the past.
Oh boy, yeah, we're starting to see any of these storms down towards Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, west of Richland Center, where some of the storm chasers are. Platteville, west of there. I wouldn't be surprised to see some more, 1 or 2 more warnings come out, especially with that south side of that storm, just south of that immediate warning right now, toward the Lafarge and down toward Soldiers Grove, Wisconsin, Seneca area. Do be on the lookout for that. North and west of Richland, that could be another warning coming up soon.
Yeah, so we just have that one warning currently at the moment. Not terribly to be concerned about, but we're just kind of waiting. You can actually see the deepening, yellows and reds off that squall line that's forming. So, and it's moving into a more unstable environment. So it's only a matter of time before everything starts to rapid fire and really kind of start to take place risk zones.
Yeah, I'm just looking through some of the guidance right now, and still waiting on more severe weather. We're going to get busy here. There's no doubt. As we get, especially toward the dinner time frame, 5, 6, 7 o'clock, it's going to really start it's going to be boom, 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 and we're going to be seeing, hey, we got this warning. Hey, we got this warning. It's just going to go nuts. So just stay tuned to us, and we'll keep you covered on it.
Yes, absolutely. So I appreciate Hunter helping me out this afternoon. So I figured I'd bring him on board and highlight a lot of these areas to kind of help me, because we're expecting a very busy afternoon, and so 2 eyes is sometimes better than one. And I don't want to miss anything. Right? It's very important. I want to heed all the warnings that are going to be unfolding. And especially stuff that might not have a tornado warning yet. I mean, some of the stuff that maybe have some sort of hook or some sort of, signs that saying, hey, this thing could turn severe in the next 5 or 10, could turn tornadic in the next 5 or 10 minutes. So those are the things that we're going to be looking for as we progress deeper in the afternoon.
Yeah, like I said earlier, still watching that cumulus field. We are starting to see some showers, maybe some embedded lightning west of Dubuque, Iowa. If you get down towards Cedar Rapids, Waterloo, Manchester, Iowa. That's in northeastern Iowa, and then up toward the Decorah, Iowa area. Just some lower tops to medium top convection. They're starting to grow taller, but we don't have that strong updraft where we have those 60-mile-an-hour winds or that large quarter-size hail or larger just yet. But I do promise you, these storms will go horned here once they move into Wisconsin here in the next couple of hours. Oh boy. Yeah, and I also do apologize too. I do have a dry cough, or kind of a dry throat right now. I'm in the basement of my house, and a lot of dry air. I got the air conditioning on, so I do apologize if I kind of clear my throat every once in a while. But other than that, I should be pretty good. It's just kind of bothering me right now. Just want to let everybody know.
All right, let's look at some of these storm chasers and see what they see.
Yeah, what's the storm chasers out here today?
We have Vince. He's out here, and let me just kind of move this along. You can actually see he's near the Greenwood area, so he's not that far, right? So it looks fairly partly cloudy and clear where he's at, but he's really not that far from this activity off to his west there.
Didn't he?
Yeah, and then Brandon, just north of there, is in Hillsboro. So they're almost kind of by each other at the moment. And then they're waiting, just like everybody. They're waiting for this, some of this activity to get to more instability with it.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions in the chat, we'll kind of go from top to bottom and answer any questions you guys have regarding the severe weather today. Maybe even the severe weather tomorrow setting up across, interior New England and getting down into the Ohio Valley, portions even of the middle Missouri Valley as well. There's another slight risk for portions, Missouri tomorrow, getting down toward the St. Louis area as we head there Thursday. So if you live in that area, take it seriously.
Yeah, it definitely appears today's active, tomorrow's active. It looks like it kind of has a lull in the action Friday. Which is a good thing. It's been a crazy week already with severe weather, but I think it does come back. I think most of the Father's Day weekend is fairly decent, other than the heat. And then as we get into Tuesday next week, maybe Wednesday next week, we could be looking at more storms really starting to fire as things really start to get active again.
Definitely. And then it's not, like Roy said, it's not just the severe weather. We got all the tropical activity down across the eastern Pacific basin and then getting active just south of the Gulf of Mexico there. So that's something to watch. Although it does appear that system is going to be turning more to land on the next 5 days. So, but we'll still keep it posted. I'm sure Roy will as well. There's videos, there's forecast videos he makes.
They're asking about Milwaukee. I think Milwaukee, a lot like Appleton, it's going to be later on tonight. You are on kind of that borderline of into that moderate risk for Milwaukee. So I feel like it's going to be, closer to that 8, maybe 9 o'clock time frame towards Milwaukee time frame. But you are going to be definitely under susceptible to seeing all modes of severe storms this evening.
Yeah, Milwaukee's kind of you're gonna be waiting a while if you're in Milwaukee. Just enjoy the heat for now. I promise you, you get some storms later. Yeah, the first day of summer is I believe next Tuesday. So we're not even into the first day of summer yet. We're already seeing summer-like temperatures for the better half of 2 weeks for some, especially the Texas area down in the Southern Plains already. It's just nuts.
Yes, Tuesday, June 21st. And obviously that summer solstice is the longest day of the year. I mean, I enjoyed the later sun. The more daylight, the better.
The second part is we start turning back, the other way toward the early July. So that's kind of the downfall.
Well, you do, but I think it's there's about 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 45 minutes, between summer solstice and winter solstice. So, over the course of the next 6 months after June 21st, we'll slowly lose a little bit of daylight and then eventually hit, winter solstice, and we'll have 4 hours and 45 minutes less of daylight.
Yeah, that's true. I always love the summer just for the daylight prospects of it. Not so much the heat anymore. I'm kind of growing out of the heat type of stuff, but it's not really the heat, just the humidity across the Midwest. It's really that gets me.
Yeah, you can actually see how fairly clear he is. I mean, it's still a ways. It's probably a good 10, 15 miles here where he's at, but yeah, so since these things are moving east, mainly northeast, a tad bit northeast, then yes, their thinking is heading north, to catch some of the higher activity and then drop south as it congeals into a squall line.
Yeah, if you live up toward Wausau or Shawanow, I believe it's called, you guys are going to get some severe weather into the early evening hours around dinner time. And thereafter. So definitely watch out for that.
Yeah, I mean, if you live in the Marquette area and the Iron Mountain area, in the Iron River area, I mean, things could easily shift further and further north, right? I mean, the trend in this system has been shifting just a tad bit further north. So yeah, I mean, some of these areas well to the north here could be the highest probability of seeing some of those really tornadic storms today. So
with what I'm looking at with the observations, I think within this tornado watch, if I had to favor an area, yes, it's going along with some of the Storm Prediction Center, but I think the greatest chance for strong tornadoes today will probably be from Green Bay down to Sheboygan and then westward toward the Dells and then up toward Wausau, kind of in that square box. I really am keeping an eye on it, as there's a lot of dynamics coming together here across those areas.
Yeah.
And it's nothing against this part of the state, but I'm just saying it seems like the roads are always under construction.
So we'll tap into his live feed every now and then and see what's happening. Right now, there's not terribly too much going on, and this, and then of course Brandon, he's a tad bit further south from him. So, but they're all basically in the same area. So, and they're kind of heading north. So when things start to unfold this afternoon, we'll look at some of these storm chasers are actually in these areas to kind of tap in to see what they're actually seeing on the ground as well. Oh,
seeing some heavy rainfall coming into southwest Wisconsin. No severe weather yet.
Hey, Hunter, Susan had a question on the heat burst, which I did actually see one heat burst. Yeah, 95 degrees. It spiked in the morning time frame. So do you want to explain the heat burst and how it works? Those are actually a kind of a cool phenomenon when a decaying thunderstorm rushes, has some of the downburst winds.
You're talking about in the later stages of a thunderstorm?
Well, yeah, they had a heat burst. They had what they call a heat burst into Minnesota the other morning at 6:15.
I'm not exactly 100% sure, but I think I know most about what happens is that when a thunderstorm dissipates, collapses, you get a very big release of energy and in the atmosphere that causes the downburst or the downdraft to go all the way down to the surface, and that's where you can have kind of microburst type winds or what they call downbursts, and that's kind of what happens. It's all of the energy in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. You have all that heat at the surface, and then you have a heat burst. You have all that collapsing thunderstorm that just goes from top to bottom. It's kind of top heavy. If you think of a top heavy, I'm trying to think of an analogy for that. Think of if you're putting tea out in the sun, right? And you say, whoops, you hit your hand on the top of the tea, and it says, and then it turns and dumps, and all the tea goes everywhere on the back of the patio. That's kind of what the thunderstorm does. It's kind of like disorganizes itself and releases all that heat and humidity out all at once, and that's where you get those microburst winds, and you get all that latent heat to kind of transfer all the way to the surface.
And they are usually in the morning times. Yes, they are really rare. Yes, they are definitely rare. I have experienced one here, and it's kind of a cool phenomenon. Say, wait a minute, it can get 95 degrees at 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, yes, it can, and have a quick spike, because they actually take the actual observed temperature about 6 feet off the ground. So like Hunter was saying, in the mid levels, all you have to have is some sort of decaying thunderstorm, which is typically what happens, towards the overnight hours. They lose a lot of the sun's energy, and then they're just kind of decaying and kind of fall apart. And they just have this rush of downburst winds that just all the way sink down to the surface. And it only has to hit that temperature, for 30 seconds. I mean, it doesn't have to hit very long at all to calculate. And then boom, go back up. So you have this huge spike, and then boom, go back, and it's probably like 73 degrees. So it was probably 73 degrees, and it jumped to 95 and went back up to 73.
Yeah, that's pretty much that's what heat bursts are.
And some of them could be over 100 miles an hour. I think Oklahoma had one maybe a couple of weeks ago. I saw it was over 100, 102 miles an hour. They are rare, but they definitely can happen for sure.
We do have another severe thunderstorm warning for my grandma's house, actually. If you live in Boscobel, Wisconsin, we're just east of Prairie du Chien, Wazeeka, getting down towards the Mount Hope area, Patch Grove, you are under severe thunderstorm warning right now.
Yeah, so this is a brand new. Let me take this watch off so it gets cluttered here. Yeah, so we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a little bit further to the south towards the Mount Hope area. This is for northwestern Grant County and southwestern Wisconsin, as well as Crawford County. So at 3:44, there was a thunderstorm near the Bloomington area. Yes, 11 miles east of the Prairie du Chien area, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So again, another storm moving at 50 miles an hour. So these are kind of borderline severe. So you essentially have to, for a storm to meet, severe criteria, right? There's three ways. You have to have at least 58 mile per hour winds or greater. This one has 60, or at least the potential for 60. You have to have at least quarter size hail, right? And then, or you have to have some sort of obviously tornado on the ground, or you have to have, maybe a radar indicated type tornado. So right now, this basically meets borderline severe weather, up to 60 mile per hour winds and up to potentially quarter size hail with this system. So right now, this is the actual hail that's fallen out of the sky that's actually reaching the surface. So if we zoom in to the Patch Grove area, this kind of gives you an idea. This is almost an inch, right? I mean, it's about 0.8. That's the maximum hail. So the atmosphere has the capability to going up to an inch with all the dynamics that this has right now on the table. but what's actually happening in real time that's hitting the surface is about 0.8, right? So we're probably not even actually getting 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. We're not actually even getting the 1-inch hail hitting the surface. It's just the thunderstorm has the capability. And so that's why they issued the warning within this area to say, hey, we could, over the next 45 minutes or so, this area has the possibility of reaching severe limits.
Yeah, exactly right. And yeah, like I said, these storms, these storms in western Wisconsin are just going to continue to go severe warm. Many of these other deeper, port cells moving in from northeast Iowa are going to become severe rather soon.
Yeah, Mike.
You're seeing, you're even seeing cells all the way down to Cedar Rapids. Those are pretty immature right now. They're not mature quite yet, but they will definitely get pretty strong later.
Oh yes, you can actually see what they call back building. It's feeding from the south. So this is going to be really kind of filling in over the next couple hours from the south and form what they call a tail. So on all this is going to be transferring into a nasty squall line. So right now we're looking at more of a larger hail potential and potentially more tornadic potential with the earlier phases of these storms, over the next couple hours, maybe the next 5 hours or so. And then once we, hit this kind of more of a squall line, then I think that's going to be impacting more of a damaging wind threat. And you can still get an isolated spin up tornado within that squall line, but the main thing by then is going to be your damaging wind as this heads off to the east. And then, that's what we're talking about. Once it reaches the Chicago area, I think it'll be on the downward trajectory mode and almost kind of falling apart or being its weakening phase by then.
And there we go again. See, like I said, we're going to have boom, 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 these severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a new one just northwest of Richland Center right now.
Okay. Yes, we have another one. So we have another. So it's basically right along this line, right? So it's right along this line that we got more storms forming. This was another one for Vernon County and southwestern Wisconsin, as well as Richland County. So there was a storm to the southwest of Lafarge, or 8 miles. Again, another storm moving northeast kind of along this boundary here. So now we've got this whole line here now turning severe, right? And so this whole line, this is how it starts. I mean, we've got these turning severe. And so now we just have to kind of look along this leading edge. We have to look for any type of hook or any like notches within these supercells that they might drop a tornado at any time. We're not seeing anything like that right now, but I think it is going to be kind of rapid fire. Things are going to be starting to get inactive over the next couple hours here.
Yeah, these things are going to start potentially rotating. These are moving to the most. I think all of these are moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So once they reach toward the Dells there, Madison area, they'll start probably rotating more because a lot of low-level shear is residing across that area. So once these move the next hour or two across central Wisconsin, right in the heart of that moderate risk, I do expect at least a couple tornadoes potentially in central Wisconsin here in the next couple hours.
Okay, and there's yet another severe thunderstorm to the south side. So now this is further south in Jones County, Delaware County, Lynn County. There was another thunderstorm over Matsell Bridge natural area or near Anamosa, and this is also moving down at 50 miles an hour. So if we zoom into this cell, you can see all the deepening reds that have kind of reactivated. There wasn't much of anything, and now it's almost kind of blown up again down here into the Anamosa area. So all these cells are moving northeast, and it's lining up like on top of each other now. So we were just here maybe 10 minutes ago and didn't even have a warning, and all of a sudden we have 4 warnings that we're going to be dealing with for the next 30 minutes or so. So these storms are really starting to take fire pretty rapidly now.
Yeah, Chris says, how far south is this tail going to form tonight? It depends on if the cat breaches, but it does. A lot of the models I've been looking at has it extending down into southeastern Iowa and maybe northeastern Missouri at the farthest. More isolated activity down from Kansas City, but I think the main show will reside over Wisconsin, eastern Iowa, and northwest Illinois today.
Yes, the further south you go, the more weaker it's going to be, right? I think as we get too far south, these are actually going to be not as severe if they do form on the very, very tail.
Let's see. I'm kind of zooming into some of these cells here. Yeah, we're not seeing any rotation with many of these cells right now, but that does not mean that there can't be down the next 20 minutes, because these things are going to be developing pretty quickly. The one cell, if it were to get stronger robustly, I think would be over the Boscobel area, or just about to enter Boscobel. The one that was just east of Prairie du Chien, that one might have some decent hail core developing on it. I'm sure Roy will kind of look at that. But I think these other cells to the north are more windbag producers, producing more 60-mile-per-hour winds with those.
Yeah, I switched radar modes here so you can actually see what's happening. So this, you can definitely see all the lightning strikes that are really starting to unfold. Obviously, the more lightning strikes, the more intense the storms are at the moment. So right now we see numerous lightning strikes around the Mount Hope area, down towards the Woodman area as these continue to lift off into the northeast. And yes, we have, looks like 1, 2, 3. That's a new one. This is a new cell that just popped up again. Another cell over the Vernon County area, or pretty close to that. So, but we have 5 warnings now. So it's all kind of stacking up now as things are really starting to get active as this continues to lift off into the northeast. This looks to be the newest cell. So this was also another cell for Adams County as well as Monroe County. Another storm, a severe thunderstorm that was located 7 miles southwest of Tama, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is actually moving a tad bit slower than the other ones at 50 miles an hour, but still the general direction of kind of borderline severe at the moment as these continue to lift off to the northeast. So this line is just really starting to expand all the way from Wausau to the Cedar Rapids area at the moment.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions, we can still answer those as we're kind of going through the radar analysis here this afternoon, this evening. I know, people have some questions from now and then. We can always answer those, so don't hesitate to ask for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to be bouncing around different radar sites. So right now I'm using the Davenport radar site, and I'm just looking at some of the back building. So the storm in Anamosa is severe, but there is more kind of a tail on the south side into Cedar Rapids, into Mount Vernon, and there's new activity a little bit further south as well. So, and this is just a little bit east of the Des Moines area.
Yeah, I'm in the severe weather risk today as well. I live in north central Illinois, more northwestern Illinois. I am kind of along the I-88 corridor, kind of waiting on these storms. It won't be probably till about mid-evening till I get these storms, so I won't be able to, send any pictures in probably. Although it does stay light out here. I didn't see last night until about 9 o'clock, so I'll see if I can get any pictures, and if I can, I definitely will send them into the Twitter page, on Powell's Twitter page. I'm sure he can put the link down there if you have any pictures. He can definitely put the link out, and you guys can send any pictures of hail you have, any wind damage that you have, whether it's an uprooted tree or a tree through a home. Hopefully that does not happen today, or any tornado related damage you can post on there as well.
Yeah, I'm pulling my other radar up so I don't miss any of this activity today, because they're starting to get really busy. I'm starting to see signs of that one by Tama. This one right here. Maybe you can zoom in on this, Hunter. It definitely appears that there's maybe some sort of rotation trying to unfold with this storm by
What are you looking at here?
and Tama.
Okay, the newest warning.
The newest warning right here over by the Tama area. See all those lightning strikes by Oakdale into Tama. It definitely appears that there's some sort of trying to circulation.
There might be a little bit of an inflow notch in there. Right now it looks more like a windbag and pretty much just a segment, a line segment. But there could be, you know, with these line segments, there could be some, you know, some spin ups today as well. So there might be some mid-level rotation, but I'm not seeing anything near the surface at the moment.
That's the only one right now that looks to be somewhat rotating, you know, of greater concern, the newer sail, if you will. So it was just one of those things I was just noticing as I pulled up the other radar and kind of zoomed in.
Yeah, a little bit of an inflow notch there, but I don't think it's anything imminent. I don't see any, you know, tornado warning coming out quite yet with that one. But it could be something to watch down the line, especially if you live up towards the Wisconsin Rapids area, or perhaps even towards, you know, Stevens Point or just south of there. So that will be something to watch as the storm kind of moves downstream into a more unstable environment. Yeah, same thing with down to the south.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. There's a tornado warning. Yes. Yeah, so that was the tornado warning that we were just highlighting into Tama area. So let me get the parameters on this. This is this is the first tornado warning of the day unfolding as we speak. So this was right now into northwestern Genoa County. This is where they do have the severe thunderstorm warning, but they just upgraded this to a tornado warning for this particular cell by the Tama area. If we kind of zoom in, it does have a little bit of an inflow notch down south of Tama, and that's why they did have the severe thunderstorm warning upgrade to a tornado warning with this activity as this continues to lift off to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So areas into this whole box in this polygon shape needs to be in your safe zone right now. Is everything is really starting to come together with this storm is actually trying to form a little notch on the south side of Tama as this continues to race off to the northeast. So places into Oakdale needs to take into their safe zone, getting all the way into these whole areas, all the way extended into the big flats area eventually as this will race off to the northeast. But right now we don't have a confirmed tornado, but we do have a radar indicated tornado on the southern side here. We're starting to see a little bit of mixing going on. Maybe State Highway 131 areas on the backside as that little inflow notch is, like Hunter said, more of a wind threat, but maybe some lowering in that in some of those clouds to try to have some sort of maybe funnel trying to take shape out of this area. So
this is a pretty popular military base up here as well, very close to the tornado warning, Fort McCoy in Wisconsin. So if you live east of Fort McCoy, best to heed the warning with this tornado warning. And you know, it's very odd with these tornado warnings. You know, you don't think they're going to pop up, and then they pop up all of a sudden. So it's good that we have two eyes on this rather than one. It makes it a lot better.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon's actually getting 69 mile per hour wind gusts right now along this leading edge. He's literally right here just west of Glendale, and on his dash cam he's getting 69 mile per hour wind gust.
Wow, yeah, that's some pretty strong winds. So that's basically, that's around 70 mile an hour wind gusts.
Yeah, these are bowing out. These are actually bowing out, and yeah, definitely. I mean, this is why they actually issued the warning, as these things are really rapidly intensifying.
I was really surprised they put out the tornado warning so quick, because that inflow notch did loosen up quite a bit already. And the storm's not even very far into the warning, but it's best to heed the warnings today, even if they're tornado warning radar indicated or not.
Yeah, so this warning goes all the way until about 4:30 time frame. So we did look at it before. We were about a minute or two ahead there. It looked questionable, but yeah, it was enough to warrant a tornado warning to be issued as this moves off to the northeast. So these areas within this red polygon here definitely needs to be in their safe zone, as this impending storm now has wind gusts of 58 miles per hour. And he's to the south of this. He's actually not even in the tornado warning, but as he's trying to head northward and maybe intercept this storm, he's actually heading north right now and trying to intercept this storm. It's supposed to be, and sorry, I don't know the correct pronunciation of this city, Nacita, about 4:30. So the guesstimation, this is going to be into the Nacita area about 4:30 as this continues to lift off into the northeast.
I'm kind of looking down here towards just east, immediately east of Prairie du Chien. There's a little bit of kind of a, I wouldn't say a notch, but a little bit of a tail end of this kind of cell, pretty deep cell. And I'm watching to see if it tightens up any further. It might be tornado warned, but right now, nothing on that, not even a severe thunderstorm warning, but something to watch.
All right, so we've got two severe thunderstorm warnings currently at the moment to the south of the tornado warning. Right now, the main concern is this tornado warning that just got issued about 5 minutes ago to the south of Tama, and this is all racing off to the northeast. Radar confirmed, but we are seeing some higher wind gusts in the area of upwards to 55 and even 70 mile per hour wind gust at times, as these things are starting to head into a more favorable, more unstable environment as these continue to race off into the northeast.
Storms are, I think a couple of these have slowed down to 45, but still, that's 45 miles an hour is still pretty decent movement on these storms.
Yeah, you want them a little bit slower. I mean, 50 miles, 60 miles an hour, that's crazy fast. And sometimes they can go too fast. They kind of spin themselves out. I've seen tornadoes go at 80, 90, almost 100 miles an hour, and these they tend not to last very long because they just.
Breaking news here. We have a radar confirmed tornado, a damaging tornado potentially on the ground near the Toma area.
Yeah, so this is the storm we're on right now in the Toma area. Oh, great. Now he has to wait on a train. He's got to wait on the train now.
I guess the train is chasing the storm as well.
It looks like we've got a confirmed tornado now. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground near the Toma area. So now this is actually a confirmed tornado at 4:04 Central Daylight Time.
I gotta take these warnings off. I can't see a thing. Yeah, just east of Toma, going toward the Oakdale area and then up toward Cutler. There's a tornado potentially on the ground right now.
Yeah, this one right here. We can actually see it now. This is the confirmed tornado that is on the ground heading towards the Oakdale area. You need to be in your safe zone immediately. There could be a 2-1. There's actually another one maybe just on the ground, just to the south of there. Or a potential tornado.
Yeah, the one just going up toward Oakdale, that one's pretty significant. We could have a debris. Is there a debris ball with that one?
Let me see.
That would definitely be the most evident, especially as it's heading up.
Yeah, it looks like there's some debris here. Look. Yeah, we've got debris lifting in the atmosphere right now. That is a debris ball.
There's a mini debris ball across going toward the Oakdale area, and we'll be crossing, let's see, Interstate 90 and 94 interchange there, just near the Oakdale area.
Yeah, we're getting confirmation of a debris ball. There is a tornado, confirmed tornado on the ground just west of the Oakdale area. You need to take shelter immediately as this continues to cross Highway 90 and 94 here. So areas in its path are going to be just to the northeast of here, maybe into the Skinnington area, maybe into the Cutler area. Needs to be in your safe zone immediately as this damaging tornado is on the ground. And yes, we have another tornado warning just to the south of there. Okay, so things are rapidly intensifying now. We have yet another tornado warning right now that they just issued further to the south. This is a radar indicated tornado. Yeah, so this is Vernon County in southwestern Wisconsin. Vernon County is now under a tornado warning. As we speak, there was a capable of producing a tornado located near Lafarge or 17 miles east of, Vorica, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This particular cell, so we have two tornado warnings right now. One is confirmed on the ground, but yet, we're seeing another notch forming just right there by Lafarge of another possible tornado developing as we speak.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice notch. That one could be laying on the ground as well. So we might have two tornadoes here pretty soon on the ground. We do have one now, but two potentially.
So at 4:06 officially, there was no tornado, but it's probably imminent. This one's probably very imminent. Any moment now, we could be looking at yet another tornado that is on the ground.
Let's go back up to the Oakdale one. Does that one still have a pretty the new scan I think just came in?
Yeah, the new scan is that the debris ball is getting even more intense. If we really zoom in here, this is the area of concern. This tornado is over Highway 12 right now, County Road North. This is right over 9094 moving northeast. This is a confirmed tornado with a debris being lofted up in the atmosphere as we speak.
So if you live in Wyville, if you live in Cutler or Oakdale, definitely heed the warning right now. This tornado is on the ground in a very dangerous, very damaging tornado right now, crossing I-90-94 interchange in central Wisconsin, west central Wisconsin.
Yeah, it looks like this tornado has been on the ground for about 5 or 6 minutes now as this continues to lift off to the northeast.
Yeah, this one, this one might move just between Oakdale and Wyville, almost directly toward the Cutler area right now.
Yeah, so here's the latest scans. It looks like we had a tornado drop on the ground just southwest of Oakdale. And now that it's crossing near Oakdale at the moment. And it could be near Wyville and to Shinnington, maybe right in the middle there in the next couple of minutes. But it appears we have more debris being lofted up in the atmosphere. So it appears with every scan, this tornado is intensifying as we speak.
Yeah, this thing developed very quickly, almost within thin air, about 5 or 10 minutes, and now it's producing a strong, potentially violent tornado with a pretty decent debris signature on this. So moving up toward the Cutler area, definitely heed the warning now if you live in Cutler, and even toward the Necedah area with time, as the storm is moving to the north and east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, it seems to be the nature of the beast with these storms today. I mean, we were basically talking borderline severe, maybe some quarter-inch hail, maybe some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and then boom, within minutes, it formed a wind threat. It formed a couplet, and then we had a tornado on the ground. So it just gives you the idea today of the dynamics we're working with, and we'll do the best we can. I kind of zoomed into that area before they actually issued the tornado warning and saying, hey, this one is something to keep an eye on over the next couple of minutes. And boom, they did in fact issue that tornado warning. and it's what we're probably going to likely see over the course of the next couple of hours here.
Yeah, emergency management is confirming the tornado as well as weather spotters in that northern tornado warning.
And I'm looking at the latest, some of the latest scans. I mean, there's not even there could be, this actually could be a tornado right here on that southern branch side as well. So I'm trying to get spotters to confirm that. But we could be looking at possibly even another tornado, possibly right here along 82 with some of the latest scans here.
Yeah, so if you live in the Hillsborough area, on the southern tornado warning there in Wisconsin, if you live in Hillsborough or on up towards the Elroy area, just outside of the tornado warning, still be on guard because this tornado warning is moving quickly, this tornado warned storm, and could be in your location here rather soon. With that is a pretty tight notch on that one. So that definitely could be on the ground if it's not already.
This one by White City, it might be just more mixing of the winds, some of the debris to being lofted, maybe not closed circulation with that one. But definitely something to definitely be concerned about as this continues to lift northeast here.
I think both of these are moving. Yeah, both these are moving northeast at 45 miles per hour at the current time.
Let me switch. Let me switch. Yeah, their feed is down. It looks like, obviously they're in that. Come on.
Here, maybe this column doesn't have.
Yeah, Susan, that purple on the radar is scary. That's the debris ball. I believe that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's the debris ball being lofted into the air.
A dangerous tornado near Toma moving to the.
All right, so what we're doing now, this is a storm chaser that's on the ground right here by he's right here in the Nasima. Sorry, I can't. If maybe you can pronounce this, Hunter Nakia, Necedah. So
yeah, you're pronouncing it correctly,
Necedah. Okay, all right. So he's right here, right? So he's within the tornado warning. So he's looking to possibly intercept this storm here, as we do have still a confirmed tornado. Let me go back to the core efficiency here. Yeah, this is still a tornado that's on the ground right now near Wyville and Sheenington area. This is definitely a tornado that's on the ground, and he's literally off just to its east here. And so
yeah, Snowy. Yeah, I get the feeling, Snowy. Yeah, these storm chasers are, trying to rush to get to these warnings, and their feed kind of gets a little caught in that.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I just have it on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, so it's probably going to be coming in and out. But
Yeah, Virginia, you're about 75 miles away from these storms. Yeah, they'll be coming into your region if you live in eastern Wisconsin here in the next couple of hours, the next few hours.
The Weather Service has said that this is.
Wow, this other stuff. I mean, I can't believe this is not a tornado 2 by White City. It's got a great notch on it, just west of Hillsborough. I mean,
yeah, better notch than,
yeah, to me, this is a tornado over White City. But we don't have confirmation, but this could very easily be another tornado in White City right now.
It's got to be a tornado. I mean, that thing, does it have any showing debris? It has to be.
Yeah, I'm on the debris. This is the correlation coefficient. I mean, this has all kinds of debris over White City at the moment. That's exactly where that notch is.
I'm going to treat that. Yeah, everybody should treat this as a tornado on the ground, because we're seeing clear evidence of that right now. Even though it's radar indicated, this could be a tornado, and probably is a tornado on the ground near the White City area.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we wait for confirmation on, storm spotters, some sort of confirmation on the ground, but at certain times and says, hey, you just got to make the call. You got to treat it. We're under tornado warning. So take all precautions necessary, because this looks like to even be expanding too, have more debris being lofted up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, this one's showing signs of probably maybe even stronger than the one to the north, potentially, are getting stronger right now as we speak.
Yeah, some of these cloud tops are 57,000. Yeah, so these cloud tops are really, really rapidly rising. 59,000. Yeah, so the cloud tops are approaching. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this thing's starting to, I mean, it's pretty surprising how this thing went from multi-cells and just a few supercells to almost a solid squall line with just leading edge tornadoes right now.
$415. All right, I'm waiting on the update, but it definitely appears there's they have not called it yet, but it definitely appears that that's a tornado. Yeah, coming out of White City. It's by the city of
that one still has a debris ball on it, I think, as well. Still.
Yeah, so this is the area of concern that was at 415. This severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that could in fact be a tornado right now was located near the Hillsborough area, or 20 miles north of Richland Center, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So it could be near Hillsborough at 420. So this is all moving northeast. This is looks like debris being lofted up in the atmosphere as we speak. And if you live in the Hillsborough area, it could be imminent at any moment, going to be impacting your area.
Yeah, in Virginia, if you do live 7 miles west of Madison, do keep a lookout on the western horizon, because these storms will, and I repeat, will be severe probably as they approach the Madison area here later on in the next couple hours.
So what we're looking at here is the correlation coefficient. This gives you an idea. This gives you a sampling of what maybe some sort of debris. So when you see these little blues and this green's all kind of tightly circulated into a ball, that typically indicates a debris ball being lofted up in the atmosphere, some sort of debris being lofted from the surface up into the atmosphere. And then you can definitely see there's 2 points of interest where we do have that tornado warning in play. So this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground just north of Wildville and north of Cutler, heading towards the wildlife area up here. So, but there's also another area by Hillsborough, not confirmed by any spotters, but it definitely appears to be another tornado near Hillsborough as we speak.
Yeah, this thing could be heading directly toward the Elroy, Wisconsin area outside this tornado warning. This is almost directly moving toward your area right now.
It looks like there's the Meadow. It looks like there's the Meadow Valley Wildlife Area, there's a wildlife refuge. So that's terrible. I mean, obviously these houses a lot of animals here. This looks to be a direct hit with this tornado as this continues to lift off to the northeast. So these areas probably have a lot of cattle, probably have a lot of, wildlife out in the open prairies, out in the openness. And it definitely appears that tornado is heading in that over their area.
Another tornado warning just to the north here, just west of Stevens Point for broad rotation. It is just radar indicated, but it is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
Oh, there's two more. There's 2 more tornado warnings, it looks like.
Mine's delayed here for some reason.
All right, so there's another tornado warning for east central Jackson County and central Wisconsin until 4:45. There was another storm capable of producing tornado 12 miles southeast of the Shortsville area, 12 miles southeast of Shortsville, 18 miles southeast of Neillsville, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And yet there's another tornado warning just a little bit further off to the northeast. This is for another storm that was over the Pittsville or 15 miles south of Neillsville, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So now we have 4 tornado warnings as we speak. So they're really starting to light up. So we got, this is tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, and then another tornado warning. So we got 4 tornado warnings along this leading edge as these continue to race off northeast.
Yeah, we figured this was going to happen. It was just going to be all at once, and we're getting all the action starting now. So if you guys live down near portions of Hillsborough or just northwest of Hillsborough, that one is probably the most imminent and probably the strongest tornado on the ground. If it is right now, there is a debris ball. I mean, there is one on the radar, and it's moving right toward the Elroy area right now in Wisconsin.
Yeah, so these are the 2 areas of concern with these particular storms, as these continue to race off to the northeast.
Apparently, is there still a debris ball with the one? My thing's being glitchy right now. Just to the north of the Cutler area. There's
still a debris ball. Yeah, that's the one that's going to be impacting the wildlife reserve.
Okay, yeah, that one's on the ground as well. I think there's 2 on the ground still right now.
To my knowledge, that has been on the ground since 4:02. So that's actually been on the ground since 23 minutes now. This has been a confirmed tornado that appears to be on the ground for the last 23 minutes as continues to race off to the northeast.
Yeah, those ones, everybody in chat, is the ones that are on the ground the longest are the ones usually that produce the most damage, or are also the ones that can be the most intense as well.
Yeah, these feeds are not happening. I don't know. It's not coming in. I mean, it's just so.
It's only radar indicated. The one to the south there, towards the Hillsborough area. Really,
I'm zooming in right now. I mean, we still have an evident debris ball, and it's been evident for a while. So I have no idea. I don't know what's happening. While
in a rural, it doesn't seem. I mean, it might be more rural Wisconsin. But I mean, there's still, you would think, be enough evidence on radar to at least say radar confirmed tornado.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, that definitely appears to be a tornado on the ground here. I mean, there's 2 debris balls that stick out like a sore thumb. Is these? I mean, there's no other colors like that within those areas that mix like this. So.
Doug says heading to Grand Rapids, Michigan sometime. Grand Rapids, you are on Western Michigan. Those storms will be in a very, very weakening state, if not dissipated completely by the time it reaches your area. I mean, these things are going to weaken after 10 o'clock, crossing Lake Michigan. So they'll be losing the instability as they head toward the east.
Let me see. Yeah, these feeds aren't coming in. They're really lagging.
Still got to watch these storms down near west of Dubuque as well. No supercell structures at this time, but you got to always be concerned about these, discrete or those semi-discrete storms more in the wide open, especially down into southwestern Wisconsin or far northeast Iowa as well. We'll continue to monitor those for you guys.
I don't know. I'm trying to get a visual on this storm because this storm chaser is right by the wildlife reserve, and he's not far away from that tornado. But his feed is it's very glitchy.
Was that the one that's more in the rural area?
Yeah. So here's the one that's about to hit the wildlife reserve, and here's where you're kind of tapping into the storm chaser's feed here. So he's trying to intercept this as they're racing northeast.
Yeah,
and
the unfortunate part about Wisconsin in this kind of vicinity is that there's a lot of open areas and not a lot of good cell service. So this is probably going to happen quite often, unfortunately. So we'll just have to bear with it for now.
But yes, it's definitely a tornado on the ground. That's been the most evident this whole time. It looks like we might have 5 tornado warnings. Is that there's another possible tornado, and there's actually another little debris ball trying to show up. That's the one by White City. So
Bill says radar. Why? I'm so confused. But if you live up in Elroy or northwest of Lindina, those areas are going to be impacted potentially or probably by a tornado on the ground right now. Even though it says radar indicated, this still could be a dangerous storm.
yeah, this is areas basically located over Hillsboro, 15 miles southwest of Matson, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Yeah, so it definitely appears there actually might even be 3 here that could be on the ground. There could be something in Elroy by Hillsboro and also just southwest of the White City area. These could be actually 3 little spin up tornadoes on the ground right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing some evidence of that as well. I mean, I'm still puzzled how it's not confirmed by radar, but we'll continue to monitor it. You know what it also could be as well, many pockets in here could be, if there's any dust or any, dirt, it could be kicking up with the gust front and pockets. That is all, always a potential. But I mean, if you're seeing perfect circles, then those are tornadoes for sure.
Yeah, we've got perfect circles. I mean, we've got them. Yeah, there's 2 within that warned area, and there's another one by Elroy. So there's 3 perfect circles, and there's another perfect circle, which is the confirmed tornado. They look almost identical. This is a confirmed tornado, and the other ones aren't. So, and they look almost identical, right? So we're just going to err on the side of caution that is actually a tornado that's on the ground right now.
Yeah, that's what I would do. The evidence is there, so there's no reason not to. Not seeing any 3-inch hail producers yet, but that could be changing later as this turns into a massive QLCS line or squall line as we head into eastern and central Wisconsin and northeast Wisconsin toward Green Bay later this evening. So if you live in Green Bay, Sheboygan, Oshkosh, down toward Madison, or even Milwaukee, Janesville, Wisconsin, do be on guard because this whole QLCS line with embedded tornadoes will be approaching you here in the next few hours.
Yeah, let's move this off. Let's look at some of the current hail, what's happening. And really, the hail is not that prevalent right now. We can look at some of the hail that's actually is falling out of the sky. Just very, very pockets. There's some 1-inch hail, very small area by Hickory Grove. There's another pocket by Greenwood, not even a 1/4 inch. So the most pressing imminent danger is going to be your tornadoes that are on the ground. It's not the hail. So let's
another tornado warning for the one just near the Cutler area. They did allow that one to expire, I think, or be canceled, but I'm not sure if they reissued. All I'm seeing is a severe thunderstorm warning for that one right now.
No, this is the one that has an observed tornado.
I'm seeing on my end, it says.
Okay, so now they're at 429. Extremely large damaging tornado was located 10 miles northwest of the Necedah. Northwest of Necedah, that's the city that we've been eyeing for a while. 14 miles northeast of Tama. So that's been the confirmed tornado, but this is now a PDS tornado, particularly dangerous situation of this large tornado that is on the ground. So this is one that we've been highlighting for a while that's actually been on the ground, but now it's confirmed that's an extremely large tornado that is over that wildlife reserve that we mentioned. That is right there.
Northwestern Juneau County or northwestern Adams County in Wisconsin, including near the Necedah area, definitely take your precautions now because that is a very impressive tornado that has been on the ground for well over 20 minutes now. So that thing is chugging along and it is producing some damage in its path.
Yeah, at 4:02, I think it actually got confirmed that it was on the ground. Um, so I mean, let me just keep this feed up. I mean, we'll hope we get a signal here, but he's literally right here. I mean, obviously he's getting a ton of winds. Okay, so it's coming in and out, but this is the confirmed tornado that's on the ground. Here's where the storm chaser is, right there, just to the northeast there. So we get to see exactly what he sees at the moment as this large tornado is on in its path. So we do have confirmation of a PDS tornado, particularly dangerous situation. It's something that has been on the ground for over 30 minutes now, that has now grown to a large tornado, an extremely large tornado, very dangerous situation, life-threatening situation, as this is over the wildlife reserve and then lifting northeast towards the Findlay area.
A lot of these even farther down to the south toward Richland Center that are not warned. I am watching. There's a lot of hooks along this leading edge, so these things could just be lit up with tornado warnings for the next couple hours, up and down from north to south across central Wisconsin.
All right, well, we'll come back to that feed. I'm not sure. It's just not coming in at all.
He's probably in a wide open area. I mean, Wisconsin is. Yeah, that's Wisconsin, everybody.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it's so. I mean,
we're tracking this around the Dallas-Fort Worth area where the cell signal's a lot, better. So unfortunately,
yeah, this is all heading north. Like I mentioned, I thought, this is all lifting north. I mean, this is now is this a fairly, and then yeah, this is all heading towards the Wausau area. Even further than that, Iron Mountain and into Marquette. I think a lot of this tornadic threat is all heading, your way. So this is all right now lifting northeast, as these will start to build over the course of the coming hours. And then we'll watch the southern side as well. If any activities tries to get its act together down on the southern branch as well.
Yeah, the good news is this tornado, it's slowed down to 30 miles an hour, so that's like some good news if you want to see a silver lining with it, but still damaging. I think it's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Yeah, it's at 30 miles per hour.
Northeast at 30?
Yep, the one up toward the Cedar Wildlife Refuge.
Yeah, so we've got, confirmed spotters. Damaging tornado continues. Radar indicates continued stream of debris being lofted up in the air from this tornado. This is something we've been on since the very beginning. PDS tornado. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, vehicles is likely, with complete destruction is possible. We're talking areas of Strong's Perry, Cutler, Findlay, New Minor, Monroe City, Sprague, Necedah Wildlife Refuge, and the Sprague Mather flowage area are all in line for this extremely large damaging tornado that is on the ground.
Yeah, we got a new warning right over Richland Center right now. I knew all these hooks were starting to get tightened up, and we're starting to see more warnings now.
Okay, so that's the south side of this. Yep. Yeah, there's the southern branch of this is now getting active. This is a brand new warning for this cell to the south as this continues to backfill. This is at 4:35. There was another severe thunderstorm cable producing tornado near that Richland Center area, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is for northeastern Richland County and southwestern Wisconsin. So this is the area of concern at the moment by Richland Center, as things are starting to fill in, even down to the south side there. And these, again, we're just seeing another kind of inflow notch right along the Richland Center, and this is why we have that warning. So let me let's see if we have any sort of debris being lifted up in this atmosphere, this cell. Maybe beginning signs of it. We're not seeing the deepening, colors, maybe some blacks mixing in, but subtle starts to having some sort of debris being lofted up in the atmosphere. Yeah, this rotation is not as pronounced. Yeah, it's broad. It's not as pronounced as the ones further to the north, but still definitely something to be, keep your eye on and be in your safe zone if you live in those areas that I mentioned towards Rock Bridge, maybe the Lime Ridge area as this continues to race off to the northeast.
Oh man, Roy, it's getting pretty active now.
It definitely is. We had a feeling. It's what, 4:30?
Yeah, about 4:30 or so.
Okay.
We're still not even the real, the peak. I feel like the peak of it's still. We got another hour or two for the real, through about 7 o'clock through the peak, and then it'll start slowly waning after that.
Okay. Well, let's see if this feed comes in because he's literally on the doorstep of this tornado. Yeah, you can see he's driving in torrential rains at the moment. This is right over that wildlife reserve. We just got to pray all those animals are under cover as best they can, as this is right over the Nikita National Wildlife Reserve.
Yeah, this thing looks like it's feed anyway. It looks like it could be rain wrapped. Just all the rain that's coming down.
Oh, it's definitely rain wrapped. I mean, they're definitely in a dangerous situation right now. Right there as this continues to race off to the northeast.
Another thing with all these high dew points, you got all those lower clouds, so it looks a lot darker than what a normal supercell tornado warrant would be, because you got all that rainfall, all those low clouds, and yeah, there's a lot of darkness with these storms.
Okay, so we are on the Storm Chasers feed right now. That's literally on Highway 80, and with this confirmed tornado that's like right there on his doorstep. So he's actually in a very dangerous spot right now as this continues to shift over his direction. He's actually backing up. It appears that he might even be further south now, maybe. I don't know. We'll stay on this feed, but it looks like the tornado is right to his west.
That's a pretty decent debris ball there. Man, this is probably one of the longer tracked QLCS tornadoes I've seen in quite a while.
We're hitting 40 minutes now. We're definitely hitting 40 minutes. This thing has been on the ground.
Yeah, it looks like the latest scan, that debris ball just got even more, larger.
Yes, it has. I mean, it literally encompasses from Sprague to Findlay now. From Sprague to Findlay, this debris ball being lofted up in the atmosphere. And it could even cross their path at any moment.
Wow, this is definitely dangerous. If you live in these areas, definitely heed the warnings.
Yes, we are watching live storm coverage of an extremely large tornado that is on the ground. If you got friends and family that live in the Wisconsin area tonight, you got relatives, they need to know we're doing live storm coverage as imminent danger is on their doorstep as these tornadic supercells continue to unfold. So you can share the feed. You can share it to Facebook groups, Twitter accounts, anything that you think that can reach the most people that, hey, we got storm coverage, across the board, letting them know that, hey, what is imminent so they can get in their safe zone.
Yeah, the National Weather Service is confirming that this tornado is completely rain wrapped, and you will not be able to see this. They also did extend the tornado warning all the way to Baraboo and just south of the Dells.
Yeah. So, all right. So the feed I'm on is let me switch feeds. Let me switch to the northern side because he might actually have a better feed. He's losing it too. So it's just, he's obviously, I mean, they're right under that tornado. I mean, obviously they're actually in a dangerous spot right now. That this is not a good place to be in at the moment. And in fact, he shifted further south. I mean, he's actually turned the car around and is now moving further south, which is a good call because this is an extremely dangerous situation. It's rain wrapped. You can't see this thing. Yeah, it looks like Brandon's in a pretty tight spot right now because this is all lifting northeast. This is a damaging, dangerous tornado that is literally on his doorstep.
Yeah, that is not a good spot to be at all, for sure.
Yeah, Vince is actually turned around and went the other direction. And he's probably flooring it to the north because this is a very dangerous spot to be in right now.
Yeah, did I know there's a new extension of that radar indicated down towards the Dells and the Baraboo area? New tornado warning there as well for Loganville, Baraboo, and just on the southern edge of the Dells in Wisconsin. That warning goes out until 5:30 Central Time.
Well, how did he get it jumped? How did he get so far south? That's weird. Was it just delayed and not picking up? Okay, so because that storm literally went over where he was at, and now it's showing that they moved south towards Sprague. All right, so that's good because that tornado literally went over the exact spot where he was. Yeah, so it's literally right over Findlay right now, heading still continue to head northeast. So they probably almost guaranteed they're going to be extending this tornado warning just to the northeast. So if you live, I would say in the Cranmore area, Port Edwards area, looks like there's an airport here, guys. We zoom in. This is Southwood County Airport. Southwood County Airport could likely be in the path if this continues to hold together. And this all might be heading towards the Wisconsin Rapids area. This tornado has been on the ground since 4:02. Since 4:02, we've had confirmation of this tornado that's on the ground. It has just grown in intensity as we speak. And we still have a fairly decent debris ball just around the Findlay area, around Highway 80.
Yeah, no, in the chat, no Sam 6175. No, this is not, I don't believe this is a PDS tornado watch today. It's just a normal tornado watch, but there has been PDS tornado warnings today though already.
Yes, this is not a PDS watch. Okay, so we have the extension of a tornado warning. So now this does include northwestern Iowa County and south central Wisconsin, as well as central Sauk County and south central Wisconsin. So there was another storm that was capable of producing tornado. That was the one over Richland Center that's still kind of holding its own as it continues to move off to the northeast now. So they just extended this tornado warning that was over the Richland Center area, has now continued to shift off to the northeast at 55 miles an hour.
So like Roy mentioned, if you live in the Wisconsin Rapids area, Port Edwards, Nakusa, up that area, definitely call family and friends and tell them that there's a damaging ongoing tornado on the ground right now, confirmed by weather spotters, the National Weather Service, and others, and even local law enforcement here as well in recent times. This is on the ground moving northeast right now.
How will the south part of the storms be? Well, we're seeing some back building, and this is we've seen tornado warnings issue for Richland Center. We've seen another one issue further south, so it is building further south, and they are turning tornadic as they build further south. So we are watching what they call backfilling, and look at that. Now 60 miles an hour is the one further south is now racing at 60 miles an hour as this continues to race off to the northeast.
Yeah, that's pretty quick. And that's probably why that tornado warning is pretty extensive like it is.
But yeah, this is a fairly new activity that has really started to fill in. So I would definitely keep your eye if you live down here towards the Plattsville area. Any of those areas are definitely susceptible of some of these turning tornadic as well.
Yeah, you see that notch was developed just to the southwest of Spring Green, or just west of Dodgeville. That one was of interest here, but it did kind of loosen up in the latest scan.
So yeah, for sure. We're getting new development down here just near Davenport now. So this is all building to the south and it's really expanding. So as the whole line is lifting northeast, we're getting backfilling to the south as well.
Yeah, the storms to the south and eastern Iowa are fighting a cap or, a capping inversion in the atmosphere. But once they breach the cap, we're going to see explosive storms develop in eastern Iowa within the next couple hours.
I mean, to my knowledge, the only confirmed tornado has been that one by Nasita all day, right? I mean, all these have been warned, and some of them looks like they have had a tornado, but we haven't had confirmation on some of these storms.
I don't know. Do you think it's because it's more rural, or do you think there's just not any weather spotters on it?
Well, and even the ones we have, we can't even see it. It's all rain wrapped, right? So, I mean, we see it on radar. It's there. So these are probably tornadoes, right? So, but we just don't have confirmation. So, you get isolated areas, you get just rain wrap type stuff. It's just very difficult to get a visual on these things. But we've got radar stuff. We've got confirmation, and they are warned. So regardless if we've got confirmed or not, we're seeing evidence that there's been several tornadoes already.
Yeah, the good news is the one that has been, I don't know what the debris.
It looks like they might have lost it. I don't know that
it's turning more linear into a windbag right now.
Yeah, it was the one by Finley. It looks like that has probably lifted.
Is that the one that was on the ground for nearly an hour?
Yes. I mean, to me, we'll go with 50 minutes. I mean, it's close enough to 50 minutes. I mean, I would say it was on the ground for 50 minutes.
Yeah, that in my book, that would be considered long track.
That's a long track tornado. Absolutely, that's a long track tornado. I mean, it started, okay, just give you an idea. I mean, we had confirmation that this thing was on the ground near Tama to Finley. And it looks like it actually lifted back up again. So that was the tornado that it traveled this path right here from Tama to Finley. And look at the newest scan. Look at that. Now it might have just kind of pulsed back up. So we could be having another tornado, or maybe the same tornado, now lowering again, heading towards the Cranmore area and Babcock area as this continues to race off to the northeast. And it's actually not even in the tornado warning right now.
Yeah, there's it looks like the entire area down there toward the Dells, Reedsburg, Baraboo, and then eventually toward Portage, Wisconsin, probably be under tornado warning or under one now for broad rotation along the leading edge of this line.
Hey Ross, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, it's cycling right now. So obviously it definitely lowered. I mean, it lifted up in the atmosphere. It's just recycling. I mean, sometimes, yeah, it was already on the ground for like 50 minutes, but definitely a lowering there. And they probably need to issue a tornado warning for Cranmore. Yeah, if you live in the Wisconsin Rapids area, you need to be on high alert as these tornadic supercells are definitely heading your way.
We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in northeastern Iowa back toward the Waterloo area or just east of Waterloo for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, so yes.
Concerning as it is kind of more by itself, more discreet.
Yeah, I see that. So this is why these are probably going to be bigger hail producers. These are probably going to be your bigger hail producers. This has the capability of producing ping pong size hail, but hey, the atmosphere is capable of 3-inch type hail today, right? I mean, this is what the tornado watch is calling for. Possibility of 3-inch type tornado, the possibility of tornadoes, if not strong tornadoes, even a couple intense tornadoes, which we've already had an intense tornado. It's been confirmed as extremely large tornado. That is an intense tornado. and then wind gust of upwards to 75 miles an hour. I think most of that is not as far as the wind gust is prevalent, and outside the tornado is going to be more in line once these things form a squall line later on this evening.
Did that thing recycle? It says damaging tornado again, tag on it, or just to the south, just northwest of the Dells. There's a damaging tornado tag on that tornado warning.
All right, so we're into Dells.
Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, just to the north and west of it. Yeah, there's just a whole conglomerate.
Okay, so Friendship and Adams by 5:05. So another observed tornado that is on the ground, and Friendship and Adams at 5:05 time frame need to be in your safe zone of this tornadic supercell heading your way imminently.
There are going to be storms in Chicago, Snowies. Probably later. They'll be in a weakening phase as they do. It all depends on if they even develop. They haven't had development across much of eastern Iowa yet. We're just starting to see that now.
All right.
Anything for you, Linda, as well. Linda Jackson, is there anything in Illinois? Not yet, but later this evening, into the evening hours, early to mid, late evening, through much of the evening, we'll have storms moving into Illinois, especially the northern end of the state.
Okay, so this is the tornado confirmation. This is the debris ball. This is not as obviously as evident as the other ones that are observed, but definitely showing some sort of debris being lofted up in the atmosphere 7 miles northeast of the Matson area up here. And then it kind of gives you a timetable where this is Friendship and Adams could be on your doorstep by about 5:05. So in the next 9 minutes, this is all going to lift northeast at 55 miles an hour and going to be over the Friendship and Adams area by 5:05. So you need to be in your safe zone immediately, as this tornado has been confirmed by spotters on the ground right now.
We're seeing a lot of these kinks in the line, and that's just always a concern going through the evening hours. You always got to watch for these spin-ups and then the recycling of these tornadoes. Northern Illinois elevators. I believe best Illinois chance tonight is Joe Davies, Stevenson, Carroll counties. Yeah, that's what the watches are for. That's what that tornado watch till 10 p.m. Central Time is for those counties.
All right, so we currently have 6 tornado warnings. And 1 observed on the ground by that Adams, Wisconsin. That's the one that's heading towards Adams about 5:05.
Yeah, I see that. That's the confirmed weather spotters.
Yeah, the one by Nacita and by heading towards Winston Rapids, Wisconsin Rapids. I don't know. I mean, Hunter, look at this. Cranmore, it's not even on the, this is the one that had circulation. It still appears that there's more debris being lofted, and it's not even under the tornado warning. That's the one that's heading towards Wisconsin Rapids.
Can you get a velocity on that to see if there's any like surge in wind? Because that could be the gust front just kicking up a bunch of just like, dirt and stuff.
All right, so here's the velocity. Yeah, here's the velocity. Maybe I need to switch radars.
It's hard to tell. There could be a pretty strong, maybe 70-mile-an-hour wind gust locally with that one. Maybe it's just kicking up some, loose dust or something, or dirt.
Well, that's the same spot that's had the confirmed tornado.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
It just looks so elongated. I was just kind of
right.
They had a new thunderstorm warning for that. So I wonder if that was more of just a gust front.
And it does say possible tornado.
Right. I'm just not seeing much rotation right now, but just kind of weird because, like you said, you saw that on the velocity. So these are so weird. The QLCS.
Okay, so we have a new tornado warning by Wausau. So well to the north, we have another tornado warning that literally just got issued at 4:57. So this is the area of concern right here by Wausau. This is at 4:56. There was another storm capable of producing a tornado near Wausau, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this is for Lincoln County, Marathon County, and to Langland County and north central Wisconsin. As we'll watch this latest scan here, we zoom in on the velocity view. Yeah, so Wisconsin Junction, maybe just south of Wisconsin, has some sort of rotation down there, lifting northeast. As this is now, again, continue to lift further and further north. We mentioned this as a possibility, towards Iron River, towards Marquette. This is all kind of heading your way. So you might not have anything right now, but this is all kind of heading your way.
Yeah, I saw in the chat that it said, what about Milwaukee? Milwaukee, you guys are going to have weakening storms, and as well as up toward Rhinelander, you guys are going to have storms. So far, no warnings near Rhinelander except for that tornado warning down near Wausau that Roy was just mentioning.
Yeah, so here's Milwaukee, right? So, and all these are all forming and lifting northeast, right? So you have to rely on backfilling, which it has been backfilling. And these are all, when they fill, they're all going to still continue to lift northeast. So basically, for Milwaukee, you're going to have something formed maybe between just by maybe the Davenport area. And then these have not even formed yet. And then these will be lifting northeast. So it's going to be a while for Milwaukee, but you're going to be susceptible, but it might be closer to maybe 7 o'clock time frame after maybe something like this really starts to build on the south side, turns severe, and then maybe turns tornadic as it heads towards Milwaukee.
Yeah, for Detroit, will this be will this be hitting Detroit? Looks like it's coming our way. Yes, it's coming your way, but Detroit's in that favored zone for in between severe weather days. You're kind of in the just general garden variety type thunderstorm for today and tomorrow. So kind of skipping over your area.
And the big hailer could be this one. So if we zoom in, look at all the deep purples. Yeah, look at all the deep purples really starting to blow up north of Independence here.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah. Look at all right. Let me look at some of these cloud tops because we could be looking at some of the tallest of the day. Yeah, 60,000. All right, so this is going to be your big hail producer right here. 60,000 foot cloud tops are really forming here. Just around the Independence area. There's not much around it. There's nothing to just, this is basically east of the Waterloo area, east of Waterloo over Independence. We're seeing some significant hail forming as we speak, as the cloud tops are really high over Independence as these continue to race off to the northeast.
Like we have a severe warning with 70 mile per hour wind now tagged on it.
Yeah, let me look at some of this hail because this is probably going to be your biggest of the day. All right, so this is what's confirmed hitting the ground right now. Yeah, we've got an inch and a half, about an inch and a half now. So this is definitely ping pong size hail confirmed hitting the ground right now, the surface. Right around the Independence area. And with these cloud tops of 60,000 feet, these have definitely the capability of going up to, golf ball to tennis ball type size hail is definitely not out of the question with this supercell as this continues to race off to the northeast. So I would say Dundee into Lamont area, heading towards Edgewood into Greeley. all those areas will be susceptible to probably seeing some of those larger hailstones, because once you get a cloud top forming at 60,000 feet, it's going to be hard to, kind of lessen that supercell over time. So these are kind of really getting going here on the south side as these will continue to race off to the northeast.
Yeah, we're starting to see in the middle of this QLCS is maybe a little bit of bowing out near the dells, and that's why they have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as the tag for that. Starting to see some more wind enhancement.
The Dells, is that by Stevens Point? Let's see.
Here, I will be right back, Roy. I
apologize. Yeah, no problem. But yes, so these storms by, Dells, here's the one he's mentioned that has potential 70-mile-per-hour winds. Anytime you see this within these line segments of any type of bowing, any type of maybe backward type C type shapes trying to form, that's always an indication of some of these maybe stronger wind gusts coming out of these storms. And that's where it definitely bumps up the intensity. All right, so let me go back to the one on Adams, because we talked about 505 of a tornado could possibly be over the Adams area. So let's look at that. Okay, so it looks like it might have maybe just went just a little bit to the south of the Adams area. Not as pronounced, but it definitely appeared there's at least some sort of broad rotation. It's probably elongating out now. It's not connected anymore, but gosh, we got a lot of tornado warnings here. Wow, it's getting busy, guys. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 tornado warnings now, as this whole line is really starting to gain intensity. Yeah, so you can just see the expansion. So we got new growth going to the north as these continue to lift off to the north. We have new growth backfilling on the south side, and those also are turning tornadic, and so that's why we're just seeing the accumulation of these tornadic supercells really starting to build up as these continue to race across to the northeast. Hey, Virginia, I have to feed the grandsons and try to calm them down a bit. Yeah, you're no problem. Take care of those grandkids. Hey, the spotters are getting a workout tonight. That's for sure. Hey, Catskills, great coverage. Thanks so much. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. Happy to be here. Yeah, it's a dangerous day, folks. We are under a moderate risk. We're under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock. There's capability of strong tornadoes, a couple of intense tornadoes. We've already had confirmation of one already that could have been on the ground for about 50 minutes or so. Obviously, the National Weather Service will be going out and doing all their surveys over the next couple of days and get, obviously confirmation of what all unfolded, the wind speed, the rating, and everything else based on damage. But it definitely appears that was a definitely damaging tornado that whatever it hit could have done a lot of damage in its path. Hey, Snowies, thanks so much. Appreciate the donation. You're awesome. I know YouTube gives you this option, I guess what they call super chat, super stickers. It's what Snowy just did. So if anybody would like to donate to the live feed, it definitely helps with these storm coverage at times like this when we're doing these 6, 7, 9 hour streams. Okay, so yes,
Sorry, I'm back. I had to kind of assure my family of dinner plans.
Yeah, no worries. We've got a new tornado warning on that one that had the ping pong size hail now. So we have a new tornado warning that just unfolded as we speak to the location that had the larger hail that was nothing else around it, right? So it's isolated. And now we have a confirmed tornado. This is for Northeastern Buchanan. Buchanan. Sorry, it is Buchanan. Buchanan County and Northern Delaware County and Northeastern Iowa. So this is Iowa now, not Wisconsin. This is Iowa. So as these continue to backfill, at 5:07, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado over Lamont, or 12 miles northwest of Manchester, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So these are moving east, not northeast. These are moving east because it's on the southern flank of the main instability axis. But since there's nothing else around it, we're getting a larger hail now, and we're getting confirmation of maybe a spin up tornado. As look at the last frame here. This is another hook trying to form on that south side there, which is always concerning over by Lamont.
Yeah, there's also, I'm seeing 2.05. I did see 2.05 for the hail signature as well.
All right. So obviously we talked about the cloud top 60,000 feet. So they're growing. That's typically when they hit 60,000 feet, we're talking at least golf ball size hail. I mean, that's obviously 5,200 times, that's what, 9 miles at least, maybe close to 10 miles up in the atmosphere. That's a lot of room, guys. And when you're having something at 2 inch in nature, you're talking probably 80, 90 miles an hour. You get a little higher than that, upwards to 100 miles an hour of these hailstones falling out of the sky. And we've got a lot of rotation within this cell as well.
Yeah, this looks to head just south of Strawberry Point and just north of Manchester in Iowa.
Yeah, this is more. This debris is not exactly a ball. It's more a broadness. So this is just showing maybe the broader winds coming out of that storm. So if we see some sort of tightening with this situation, then we might have that confirmed tornado. But we're not seeing that as of now. But this is just now kind of getting going. Turned severe, and then it turned tornadic as these continue to race off to the east.
I'm just seeing if the Storm Prediction Center has any reports of anything on their page just quite yet. Storm report. Quite a few wind reports so far.
So we still have that one by Adams. Looks like that's the only confirmed tornado that looked to be south of the Adams area, Adams, Wisconsin.
I'm seeing on the storm reports, the Storm Prediction storm reports, that damage to some degree of damage to a hospital and the hospital grounds in Mauston, Wisconsin was reported.
Yeah, looks like we've got 8 tornado warnings right now. 8.
Wow.
Yeah, wind shear. It's more broad. It's more of a wind threat right now, but that's why they have those 70-mile-per-hour winds. That tag is 70-mile-per-hour winds on these. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, there's a lot of this is really starting to take shape into quite a squall line now with those leading edge tornadoes.
Yeah, let me switch radars so we can get the broad perspective of this, how big this squall line is. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a pretty huge squall line forming. All right, so we even have a mesoscale discussion north by Iron River now. So this is all continue to lift further off to the north. And then we even have one over Marquette. So the risk, like I said, the risk includes Marquette. So this, I mean, even though it's not north of here yet, but it includes the Iron River area, and includes the Iron Mountain area, and includes the Marquette area. So we're still looking at more storms possibly forming to the northern side of this, as we're looking at more storms trying to backfill too. And we're getting bits and spurses now. Look, I mean, we've got isolated spots of activity shifting all well south, just to the east of Des Moines, and shifting actually into the Kansas City area. I didn't know it was going to reach that far. These probably aren't going to be severe, but
actually there is the Storm Prediction Center did just put out just minutes ago a new mesoscale discussion for 60% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch potentially, with increasing intense thunderstorm development between 7 and 9 o'clock from southeastern Iowa into north central Missouri.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Here's the mesoscale discussion. So this is what we're talking about as this continues to backfill. This is as Hunter mentioned, a 60% probability of these isolated cells turning severe over the next hour or so. So this is why they have kind of a mesoscale discussion. So yes, doing facts with this continued backfilling, we could be looking at storms in Kansas City. So this is a new development tonight. Kansas City could be looking at some storm activity all the way into Bloomfield, back into Iowa City. So this is definitely this backfilling of this system is continuing to backfill, and that's why there's not concrete yet, but they do have a 60% probability some of these storms could turn severe. So we'll just watch this activity well down to the south as well.
Yep. Some big hailers and some big robust wind makers too, as there's a lot of untapped air down there in southeast Iowa and northern Missouri.
Yeah, I've only got La Crosse. I mean, I've got Green Bay here, radars. Let's see, Green Bay radar. That one actually might be better. I'm going to use the Green Bay radar.
Wow, you can definitely see where that cold front is now. It's 88 in Dubuque, Iowa, but just about an hour west, it's in the mid-60s.
Oh, really? Yeah, I can put the front on it. This one might be delayed a little bit, where the front is.
Yeah, Green Bay will get bad storms later this evening, Braden. Probably around the mid-evening time frame. This huge squall line is going to be pushing into the Oshkosh and Green Bay area rather soon, the next few hours.
Yeah, I put where the front is, and this one might be a tad bit delayed. Do you have it over Des Moines? Is it moved from Des Moines? Because this one might actually be.
Let me see here. It's just east of Des Moines. It's up Waterloo to about. Trying to look at a big city here.
Okay, so that's not that far. I mean, it's right now. I've got it.
Newton area, the Newton, Iowa area. If you know where that is.
Okay. So it's
east of Des Moines.
So it's this front is just this might update every single hour instead of updating like by the minute. But it gives you an idea of this boundary or what we're working with, and why storms are forming on the tail of that front to the south, on the south side, and in the warm sector.
It does look like the boundary is almost convectively enhanced in Wisconsin, where there's a cold pool developing with that squall line. So the cold front is actually in central Wisconsin, but it's kind of farther back in Iowa because there's no convection.
Hey, Ross, new tornado warning in Iowa, 60. Yeah, so this is the one, we're talking about north of Manchester.
Yeah, this thing's moving quick. It's moving to the northeast of 60 miles an hour. At least the severe thunderstorm warning part of it.
Yeah, I see that. Northeast, 60 miles an hour. That is very fast. That's definitely very fast for these storm movements. All right, so we're just continuing to watch just to the east of here, just of these tornadic cells continuing to, keep its intensity. And now we're seeing the tornado warnings continue to shift further off into the east. So yes, we have another storm that was at 513 that was located over Westfield, or 11 miles east of Friendship, moving 70 miles an hour. So that one's moving 70 miles an hour now. And I know people asked about the Appleton area earlier, and now look, they're in the sites now, especially when these storms are moving 70 miles an hour. So that's not that far away from the Appleton area or the Greenberry area, really.
Yeah, no, the models might actually be overestimating what time they'll be there. I mean, these things could be there quicker than what all the weather models.
I don't think they were estimating a 70 mile per hour movement. No way, because that's going to be on the doorstep really quick, moving at 70 miles an hour.
For sure, yeah. Oh wow! Even to the south, if you click on the warning near the Dells, it's moving just south. If you go down toward Baraboo, and then the severe thunderstorm warning to the northeast of Baraboo, it's moving to the northeast at 80 miles per hour.
Wow, 80 miles an hour. That is quick. Northwestern, Columbia County, and South Central Wisconsin. These storms are rapidly moving quick. I mean, 80 miles an hour.
Moving that fast, you're definitely going to be seeing at least 60 mile per hour winds at the surface.
Yeah, at least. I mean, these tornadoes are going to be. It's almost going to be very difficult to find confirmation of these tornadoes. I mean, we might get warnings, right? So, but with that movement just so fast, rain wrapped, all the above, it's going to be very difficult to get confirmation on these confirmed tornadoes.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some fast storms this year. I mean, these things can haul pretty quickly, and they're doing so tonight.
Yeah, so that's really lightening up. Okay, so looks like we have yet another tornado warning coming out of that Strawberry Point one.
Yeah, just south and east of Elkader, Iowa, and south and west of Bagley, Wisconsin. Near the the Guttenberg, right along the Mississippi River in Iowa there.
Yeah, so this was another one over the Manchester area, or near Manchester, north of Manchester, moving east. It's set 55 miles an hour. So we're talking Twin Bridges Park around 5:25, Twin Bridges Park, Colesburg around 5:30 time frame, Colesburg around 5:30 time frame. This developing radar indicated tornado heading east at 55 miles an hour.
Yeah, most of these are starting to move 55 to 80 miles per hour across Wisconsin on a widespread basis right now. Do you think the storms will be tornadic in Milwaukee? It's possible.
I mean,
development in eastern Iowa, so.
I mean, I do feel that, yeah, but I mean, again, it has to be, these storms have to really start to form south. There's a lot that has to happen for Milwaukee to get these storms, because even these storms moving northeast are probably not going to hit Milwaukee. So, like I mentioned, it has to have something towards Davenport that really hasn't formed yet. So, because these are all moving northeast.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So Milwaukee's fairly questionable at the moment. There's too many pieces of the puzzle saying, hey, yeah, for certain it's going to happen, because right now there's nothing in its path. It hasn't even formed yet.
Right. I mean, there are a couple of cells popping up in southeast Iowa, but I mean, those things are so far away from Milwaukee right now, you're not going to see any of them.
Yeah,
it's kind of a weird looking storm structure in northeast Iowa there around, the Strawberry Point area. That's just looks like almost like a rocking horse type of storm, the way it looks on the radar.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Yeah. So here's if anybody doesn't already follow me on Twitter, here's my my Twitter handle. I'll be like kind of reposting any warnings, watches, storm pics, videos. If you got any pictures, if it's safe to take pictures, if of some of the wind, some of the hail, some of the even maybe rotation in the atmosphere.
80-mile-per-hour wind gusts now in the tornado warned area just west of Oshkosh.
So we have confirmed 80-mile-per-hour wind gust.
Not confirmed, but it's it says 80 mile per hour in the hazard.
Okay.
But yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Is that north of Wisconsin Dells? I'm trying to figure out.
It's the one just west of Oshkosh, so it's across what, Homa? Red Granite. A lot of rural towns, and there's so many warnings.
Mm-hmm.
It's just west of Oshkosh and north and west of Fond du Lac.
All right, let's go back to the Adam storm because it still says it's a an observed tornado.
A funnel cloud was reported in Adams at around 5:15, about 10 minutes ago.
About 10 minutes ago. Okay, so this still has at 5 o'clock. It still had that confirmed tornado, and it's still showing observed, but that's been 25 minutes. So,
man, there's a huge, almost like bowing out of the leading edge of that storm. That's probably why they have that 80-mile-per-hour wind gust.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, I'm seeing outbound winds on my end here of 83 miles per hour just northwest of Montello and then near the Westfield area.
Yeah, this right here, this is where Hunter was talking about, where it's starting to bow out here at the Harrisville, Westfield. You got deepening percolables, but this leading edge, the radar says, hey, we got winds capable of 80 miles an hour. He's got his software saying, hey, there's winds of possibly 83 miles an hour happening right now coming out of this leading edge of this storm. That is essentially EF0 type, damage with this squall line racing to the east.
Oh boy, there's so many tornado warnings. It's like, which one do you think's gonna drop one?
I'm not looking. Is there anything activity in the southeast? I haven't even looked.
I'll zoom out here. There's a ton of scattered severe thunderstorm warnings. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 severe thunderstorm warnings across the southeast right now.
In the southeast.
Yep. And most of them look like they're hailers and low-end severe thunderstorm. The 60-mile-per-hour quarter-size hail type.
Okay, let me zoom out and okay. Yeah, so we'll touch on this activity in the southeast a little bit. I mean, this is just another.
Those are the ones that, like we were talking about earlier with the heat burst, those are the ones that just pop up and kind of fall apart. I mean, there's not a lot of deep layer shear across the southeast, so they're not moving very, fast.
Yeah, so if we click on some of these, again, these are all isolated pockets, right? So you get these can turn severe, can probably drop a lot of rain, quickly. But these are all kind of borderline severe, right? They're not tornadic. They're not actually expected to be tornadic. These are like maybe imminent severe thunderstorm watches that they're maybe highlighting, possibly trying to issue, but don't have confirmation. So we just have, numerous warnings now of these borderline 1-inch hail up to 60-mile-per-hour wind probability. But like, Hunter mentioned, these are moving 15 miles an hour. So these are a lot slower movers. Something to watch, but not terribly to be, terribly to be concerned about, but I wanted to kind of show you that as well. So because that's also another area that is expecting some severe storms tonight, but nothing like imminent danger at the moment.
Yeah, I'm seeing Storm Prediction Center's website, their damage reports showing structure damage to a house and 2 campers with damage that continues towards Highway 82 and Cannon Avenue around Vernon, Wisconsin. Probably with that 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, would be my guess, with that bulge in that line.
Yeah, that seems to be the most pronounced wind gust at the moment. Let me tap into that storm chaser again and see if we can see.
Vernon, but why is Vernon? It said Vernon on the thing, but where is it at exactly? Oh, Vernon County. Okay, Valley, Wisconsin. It's in Vernon County. Okay, my bad. Make sure I got that correct.
Okay, so we're watching live feed from.
Is that Brandon Well, or is that Brandon on topic or Vince?
Well, they're brought on top of each other. I'm not sure which one it is right now, which one I actually clicked on. Let's see. All right, this is Vince. So we'll just stay on Vince's feed. All right, so we'll zoom out. All right, so he's like, I mean, they're kind of basically on top of each other. They're all on Highway 39. They were up by Tama area earlier, and now they've shifted further south. Yeah, these are all going to be kind of rain wrapped tonight. So I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see any tornadic supercells or tornadoes, off in a distance or not, because I think most of this activity is going to be rain wrapped.
Andrew Burris, Northern Illinois here. Same here, man. Hot as get out, and I'm in the shade. Consistent, sustained winds, probably 20 miles an hour. Regular gusts to maybe 40, 50. Just sitting here, though, so don't quote me on that. Yeah, it's pretty windy where I'm at, too. I wouldn't say 40 to 50, but definitely some 40 mile or 35 mile hour. That's probably. I mean.
All right, looks like they put another mesoscale discussion out ahead of these storms, as it, obviously these continue to race across to the northeast. So this is the threat of a tornado watch does continue as these storms continue to shift further off into the northeast, tapping into more instability. So this is just maybe an extension of a growing intensity organized cluster of thunderstorms will continue to pose a risk for tornadoes and increase the potential of damaging wind gusts beginning to accelerate northeast over the coming hours. So there's probably a probability of a new tornado watch will likely be issued across parts of central and eastern upper peninsula of Michigan over the next hour or so. So yes, it appears that they're trying, maybe because we talked about it heading towards Marquette. So we've got these storm activity lifting northeast, and we've got these lower cells moving further east. So this is where the potential newer tornado watch could be issued in the next hour or so.
Yeah, we're still not seeing too much development in Iowa, just a couple sprinkles and showers. Nothing, no big lightning on them or anything right now. There's a couple lightning strikes in northern Missouri and far southeast Iowa around the Tumwa area, but by far there's nothing severe. Except for the northeastern Iowa storm, northwest of Dubuque near Alcater. That's the tornado warning.
Jason says, what is a mesoscale discussion? Is it where you discuss about the mesoscale on podcast?
No, the Storm Prediction Center puts a mesoscale for everybody. I discussed
time to let the public know that there's
Going to be issuing a watch possible or likely within the next hour or two, usually just giving you a heads up on the conditions.
the tornado warnings that we were on because they're becoming embedded in the line. So they're going to have told us the last tornado threat. I'm trying to get south because there are some areas of this system or this line of storms that's still a little bit semi-discreet. So we're going to continue going south.
Yeah, they're heading south because, I mean, like I said, there's so much rain now. It's all getting embedded.
Right now we're on I-39 southbound, south of Westfield, and getting intense RFD from these. Well, we had an intense RFD from that storm that was wrapping around and coming through the area.
Yeah, they're heading south, betting on the southern flank because there's not much. There's basically openness in this area. Right now, these newer cells further north are getting a lot more rain wrapped, and we're not seeing those. I mean, it's just more of a bet to see maybe tornadic supercells further south than going further north at this point.
Yeah, that line is too consolidated for. I mean, there's embedded supercells, but I think the greater tornado threats more in eastern Iowa if they can get going.
Yeah, I mean, they're talking about, increasing the tornado threat here, and it very well could still have, a couple, but it's too much of a gamble to keep further heading north and then be out of the brunt of it. So they're heading south because there's just a lot more probability of more activity further south.
Yeah, we got a destructive severe thunderstorm tag on this one. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving to the northeast. Or moving to the east at 60 miles per hour toward the Oshkosh and Fond du Lac areas. Very soon, these storms will be into your area with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts if possible hazard. Maybe even a possible tornado as well.
Yeah, so this is what he was talking about. This is for Green Lake County in south central Wisconsin. There was another storm that was over Watoma, 7 miles east of Westfield to near Montello, moving east at 60 miles an hour with some 80-mile-per-hour wind gust with it. So Berlin, Princeton, maybe Green Lake into Marquette areas are possibly going to be seeing some of those higher wind gusts.
Yeah, it looks like a matter of fact, this entire line just about, except for the southern edge here towards Madison, is actually producing or potentially producing 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts on a widespread scale.
Yeah, so this is definitely intensifying. We're seeing more tornadic supercells. We're seeing more, the higher wind gust with these systems, and as this continues to race across to the northeast at upwards to 55, 60, 70 miles an hour.
I see in the chat, AutoPatch says, need to get your guest on Discord so we can hear him. Well, the issue is I am on Discord.
Well, maybe I can, if I take off the feed, sometimes it's hard to tap into a storm chaser and Discord at the same time. But now talk, Hunter.
Yeah, hello. I'm sure you can hear me now. It's probably because I was farther away from the laptop. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's definitely talking loud. It was just, I had the storm. It was kind of a catch-22. I want to be able to tap into this, the spotter's feed, but it taps into his volume too. And I have to turn down my volume. Then you can't hear everybody. So, but yes.
I don't know. This line, the way it's moving, it might go a little farther than anticipated. I mean, this thing might not fizzle out until Western Michigan. I mean, really.
Yeah, if I put it on 100, it blares. So I've got about 70 volume now.
Pulaski, Wisconsin. Let me look up where that is. You guys are just about in a severe thunderstorm warning capable of 70 mile per hour wind gusts here in the next probably hour for you guys in the Pulaski area in Wisconsin. So do be on guard for that, for some very strong winds, potentially some damaging winds, 70 miles per hour for you.
Okay, so Sam's got a question. Can you see the storm nearing Wapaka, Wisconsin? Reports a rotation.
Where's Wapaka? Let me see here. I mean, I know Wisconsin, but there's a lot of these cities I'm not familiar with in northern Wisconsin. Wapaka, you're under a severe warning right now for 70-mile-an-hour winds, and no, the tornado threat is to your south. So mainly linear for you, more just damaging winds, damaging straight line winds. And I think somebody in the chat earlier said something about Appleton and Oshkosh. Yeah, this is coming right toward you as well. You're pretty in the next half hour as well. The way these storms are moving and how fast they're moving.
Yeah, so let me take the mesoscale discussion off. Let's put back up the watch because we've not seen that in a while. And which all areas does that include? Okay, so yes. So I know people are asking about Appleton. They're asking about Oshkosh. This is the current tornado watch that does go on until 10 o'clock. So it includes areas into Milwaukee, right? It does include Milwaukee. It's just going to be later on this evening. It goes on until 10 o'clock. So storms still have to form, I would say, down further south, just north of Davenport to be able to impact Milwaukee. But we're not seeing activity right now. So, but further to the north, more imminent is going to be your Oshkosh, your Appleton, maybe Green Bay. Those are all areas in line of all these tornadic storms heading northeast.
If you live in Appleton or Oshkosh or even Fond du Lac, you guys potentially, if this continues to strengthen, we could have 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming right toward you. As that severe warning is for 80-mile-per-hour winds right now. A destructive severe thunderstorm tag on it.
Yeah, definitely. So the 80-mile-per-hour, that's hurricane force wind gusts, right? I mean, you got to have 74 to be a hurricane. So we're getting confirmation and even upwards to 83 miles an hour. We've had confirmed reports of 83-mile-per-hour wind gusts along that leading edge. Let me take a new scan of that. See if it's increased or decreased or stayed the same here. All right. Yeah, Virginia said she's heading to the basement. I'm not sure exactly which city she lives in, but yeah, there's plenty of activity in Wisconsin. I know she's in Wisconsin.
Yeah, heading right toward Oshkosh, especially the northern side of Oshkosh, and then towards Appleton. Right towards Appleton or north end of Oshkosh if this continues on its path. And they just issued the severe thunderstorm warning for that area for 70-mile-an-hour winds. I'm seeing winds of 77 on here still.
Yeah.
The strongest.
Yeah, where he's talking about is that little bow segment right here. This bow segment right now is producing 77 miles an hour.
It has come down a tad, but 77 is still hurricane force, so still pretty strong. Wow, these storms north of Madison are hauling 75 miles per hour to the northeast. Faster than most of us can drive.
Yeah, north of Madison. All right, so
So there you go. Appleton to Oshkosh, you got your warning now. 70-mile-per-hour winds here within the next half hour or so.
Yes, I see that extension. So this is right here. So yeah, 70 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour. So yes, this continues to press across to the northeast. Appleton, looks like it might be Fremont at 5:55, Appleton at 6:10. So 30 minutes away. That's really close. 30 minutes away in Appleton now.
I'm just seeing people in chat are being goofy. They're saying, Snowy says, so if anybody wonders why Powell has a Canadian mod for a reason, it's because I'm always in the safe zone.
Oh, hey, you might not be in the safe zone next week. As soon as some of that heat taps into your area, I mean, there's definitely signs of, even severe weather all the way up into Canada next week.
Actually, I see there's a watch in Canada. There's a severe thunderstorm watch in Ontario right now. And even a warning in southwestern Ontario by International Falls.
Let me switch radars here. So is this the one you're talking about, Kenora?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, north of which International Falls. Yeah, 90-kilometer wind gusts, nickel size hail. Very strong gust. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a severe thunderstorm. Yeah, north of International Falls in Canada.
Yeah, there's a new tornado warning for just northeast of Wittenberg in Wisconsin toward Neopit. Radar indicated. Just east of Wausau.
Antigo, is this the ones further to the north?
The one just south of Antigo, I think that one just went tornado warning at 541 or 542.
Yeah, I know. There's so many tornado warnings.
I can't keep up with them all.
But yeah, so yeah. Hey, Madison got a real nasty storm a couple days ago. Yeah, not close to me. But yeah, I do feel maybe next week. I mean, it might eventually be north of. I mean, I guess tomorrow. How about the North Bay one? I'm not 100% certain where she lives.
Crystal Falls, Michigan. You guys are having storms now. Most of the severe weather right now is to your south. So you might get free from severe weather in Crystal Falls, but still keep a watch out here the next couple hours. I mean, it's tough. It's tough to get severe weather all the way up to the UP of Michigan. Not very common at all.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And yeah, if these continue northeast, you might get that tonight. I mean, Traverse City, as this continues on, I mean, they are under actually kind of a slight risk or even marginal.
Hey, Roy, do you remember the last time Wisconsin, any part of the state, was under a moderate risk? I want to say it's been at least 5 years, or not quite that far.
Oh gosh.
That's almost research for later.
That's a lot of I don't know. Yeah, that would take some research. But yeah, it's fairly rare for sure. I mean, you'd have to go back a ways. I think actually Vince maybe live up there. I think Vince lives up there in Wisconsin, and he maybe made some sort of post about that. It could have been like 2010, 2012, something like that. But yeah,
so about a decade.
It's been a while. He's like, I'd never get stuff in my own backyard.
Yeah, isn't it always nice though? You get into your backyard so you don't have to drive as far.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still got all these 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this huge squall line pushing through Wisconsin right now.
Yeah, Wisconsin Rapids rings a bell. I think he lives in Wisconsin Rapids.
Okay. Yeah, they're getting the back end of it, right? They just went through there.
How severe is expected near New Haven, Michigan tonight?
New Haven, Michigan. Let's see. You guys are making me work. I love it. Let's go, chat. No, you guys are fine. You guys are in Eastern Michigan, Eastern Lower Michigan. So yeah, you guys will be basically most of Michigan itself, especially the eastern side of Lower Michigan, will get completely missed by the severe weather. You'll be in the middle of it. And I know how you feel. I know how you feel. I live in Northern Illinois, and this happens all year so far. I'm still waiting on my weather event.
Yeah, that would be a long way to travel. Actually, even to make it to Michigan, you got to make it to Green Bay. You got to cross the lake and then head to Michigan. But it's almost
I think it might get to the western coast. I mean, it might get to like Grand Rapids, maybe. I mean, that's almost a stretch. Some of the models had it kind of falling apart as it gets out of Lake Michigan.
Yeah, I think Traverse City could be seeing some. Yeah, but right here, Grand Rapids, Traverse City probably could see some, later tonight, but again, it's expected to fall apart probably towards the 10, 11 o'clock time frame. And it's obviously it's not anywhere near Michigan right now. So
yeah, the whole warning with the storm in Northeast Iowa, severe warning and tornado warning is just completely falling apart.
Jennifer was asking about this city right here on the coast here. Sheboygan. Sheboygan. Yeah, I would say they're definitely in line for sure.
Yeah, there's 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts just to your west, and that's moving east to 60 miles an hour towards Sheboygan right now. Before you, though, however, Fond du Lac, that will be in line for that 80-mile-an-hour wind gust.
Yeah, definitely Sheboygan is in line. I would say probably closer to 7:30 time frame and into Sheboygan, maybe towards 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I'd say so. But who knows, though? I mean, this thing's moving northeast at 75 miles an hour, so all bets are off right now.
I'm in the basement. Virginia says 75 mile per hour winds. Channel 3 says straight line winds. So she must be in that bow segment here. She's got to be in that little bow segment of
the one that probably has the 80-mile-an-hour tag on it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's some pretty extreme wind, Virginia. I would stay away from windows till that storm passes because there could be flying debris, even some flying hail with that. I mean,
she's in
a quarter size, 80-mile-an-hour quarter size hail.
Yeah, she's in the basement, so I would definitely stay in the basement for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Sheboygan? Is that how I always said Sheboygan because that's
Sheboygan.
That's just.
All right, so there's that new tornado warning coming out of that system. Until 6:15, there was another severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Fremont, 9 miles southeast of Wapaka, moving northeast at 75 miles an hour. So this this tornado warning is this storm that's heading into the tornado warning is moving at 75 miles an hour, heading towards the Green Bay area.
Yeah, just northwest of Appleton. So the northwest side of Appleton there.
Yeah, so not only are they picking up winds, these intensity in the winds, but they're all picking up intensity, the quick moving, how fast they're moving. So this is just rapidly moving off into the northeast now.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little more cell action down here in the northern Missouri, southeastern Iowa, but it's more broken in nature, not a full line. No severe warnings or watches or anything quite yet.
Yeah, let me switch radars and capture that. Okay, so this is what he's talking about. This is where they put that mesoscale discussion, see if they're going to be issuing a severe thunderstorm watch for these areas down here to Davenport, to Iowa City, down all the way down here towards Kansas City. Of just these tails of this southern tail of this.
Yeah, we'll see if it fills in and completes the line. If it does, that could be a pretty gnarly squall line from the UP all the way to Kansas City.
I mean, some of the models was actually hinting to that this was going to be another squall line type setup. It's not a derecho because I think it's going to fall apart before it would classify in something like that. But if it does, form together, this could be a a pretty long, elongated squall line for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Trained weather spotters has confirmed 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts up here just west of Green Bay with the new severe thunderstorm warning. Moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. Wow. Still hauling.
Yeah, so that's the bow segment. Yeah, every bit of that, maybe even more. I mean, anytime you see that, that's always an indication of some higher wind gusts for sure.
Yeah, Pulaski, you're right in that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust zone. So stay away from windows because there could be flying debris with damaging winds.
Yes, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, this storm means business. It definitely means business. We've had confirmation of a confirmed tornado on the ground so far, and it probably several, but just not confirmed because we just don't have a lot of visual spotters on the ground out there, and just don't have it's rain wrapped. A lot of this activity has been rain wrapped, but
I'm looking at the new model runs, and the NAM just goes completely crazy on the line developing over northern Illinois, but there's nothing too significant yet. And then the HRRR seems to think it's going to be broken, which seems correct because the HRRR is pretty accurate, I think, as it gets this close in the event. And that's what it's doing now, so I believe that right
now. Well, let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna. Sorry. Let me maybe tap into this one. Maybe even further south. Let me tap into that, and then now let's look at the HRRR.
Multiple semis tipped over on I-90 and 94 interchange where that tornado was earlier, Roy.
Oh, really? Yeah, I mean,
area.
All right, so let's look at the HRRR. Oh, and look at the newest one.
I think it's pretty accurate. I mean, that almost looks like it's representing radar right now.
All right, so there's 7 o'clock. What we're looking at here is the high resolution guidance of what it could possibly look like about 7 o'clock. We could have those storms over Oshkosh, over Green Bay, over Madison. It has these storms filling in, but it's fairly broken to the south. Let's move the needle to about 10 o'clock. So by 10 o'clock, it does cross over, possibly Milwaukee. It heads over to near Travis City. Down further to the south. Again, broken line, but it's still somewhat together. Over Kansas City, Kirksville area. This is 10 o'clock time frame. And towards midnight, yeah, we talked about 10, 11, 12 o'clock. This would all kind of fade over time as it got towards the midnight time frame. Travis City. So yes, we talked about it could reach Big Rapids, Travis City. It looks like it might do that by midnight. Into Sault Ste. Marie. Maybe even impacted the Chicago area, or at least maybe getting close. But a very broken line as these storms really rapidly fall apart towards 2 a.m. So I would think that's fairly accurate, I would say, heading into the evening time frame.
I was looking at the newest models for tomorrow's enhanced risk day in the Northeast, and it's kind of funny how this model looks like it's like boom, like fireworks, and then it disappears right off the coast.
So let me let this run all together. So this is the newest run of the HRRR. This is a short-term, every single hour convection model. So you can see it update, has the squall line rapidly developing on the south side, and then rapidly falling apart towards the 11, midnight time frame. Once it crosses over into Michigan, hits maybe Traverse City, hits the Big Springs area, maybe starts to impact Chicago towards the 11 o'clock, maybe midnight time frame. But then, yes, rapidly falls apart once it gets moved further off to the east.
Ross wants to know, he asked earlier, I think, just a bit ago, wants to know if you're going to go live tomorrow.
I mean, it looks like it. There's an enhanced risk. It looks like we'll be doing this all over again. At first blush, it looked 3 o'clock. So, I mean, I looked at my schedule. I don't really have anything imminent tomorrow as personal reasons, but so I can go live tomorrow. There's probably not going to be anything on Friday. And of course, they'll update overnight. They'll update in the morning.
I don't see it moderate tomorrow, and just probably just an enhanced maintain tomorrow for the area they have now.
But yes, right now I'll plan on going on. I'll plan on going live at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, like today. I can't promise Hunter's going to be with me. I don't know. I can't.
I probably will be able to, but until the early evening hours, and then I got something. I got an event that I have to go to early in the evening. So if it lasts till 10 o'clock, I won't be able to do the end of it.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I don't know. These are all hypotheticals right now. So I mean, right now, obviously, the main concern is tonight. So.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's just Green Bay is just they're getting pummeled with warnings just galore up here. There's tons of warnings for Green Bay. I'm just clicking on one and it shows like 6 or 7 at the same time.
Yeah, there's several tornado warnings right now approaching the Green Bay area. These tornado warned supercells moving quick, 55 miles an hour. Out of this line is really starting to bow out. So right now we're getting destructive winds on the leading edge, and we're getting possibly quick spin ups. I mean, maybe even too much to be even try to confirm, tornadoes on the ground. So let's just look at some of this. So this is any debris balls like we were seeing earlier, and it's more broadness. There's probably, let's see, it was that Prairie du Sac. Yeah, Prairie du Sac down here. Let me get the velocity view. Yeah, this is the one. They actually are under a tornado warning right now. But to me, most of the stuff is getting so far rain wrapped. We're not seeing the isolation we were seeing earlier. And we could have very well some quick spin ups that we may miss because there's just it looks like it's just so rain wrapped and it's moving so quick. 55, 70 miles an hour and rain wrapped.
Yeah, this is moving so fast across Wisconsin right now.
Um, 15. Yeah, so the reports, I'm looking at the reports. I mean, it takes a while for the reports. I mean, even though we had an extremely large confirmed tornado on the ground, it hasn't even hit the reports yet. So,
yeah, I don't know if was that the one that tipped over those semis, multiple semis tipped over on I-90.
I mean, it's possible that at one point it looked like there were 3 or 4 debris balls at the same time. And there very well could have been 3 or 4 different tornadoes. We just did not have confirmation of that.
Yeah, but definitely one of those, or even straight line winds, must have. But that was the I-90-94 triple. That was the parent tornado, the one that we were looking at. The big, long, what was it, 50 minutes worth?
Yeah, 50 minutes. I mean, it'll probably come out saying, hey, I mean, it's on the ground for 47 minutes, 52 minutes. I mean, it's right there. I mean, we saw it from the very beginning. Actually, even before they issued the tornado warning on that one. And that was the first initial one from the very beginning. It really, that was the first initial one of the day, I think. And then it really just kind of held together all the way through. Looks like we had confirmation of tennis ball size hail in Lamont, Buchanan County in Iowa.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was near the Strawberry Point, right?
That was near Strawberry Point. Again, it was isolated. There wasn't anything else around it. And yes, it did. Because we were looking at the time, confirmed, 1.5 inches, ping pong size hail, but it looks like it got up all the way to tennis ball size hail. Confirmed by a sheriff office, sheriff county office right there in Buchanan County. And it looks like we had an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust confirmed in Marquette County, Michigan.
Michigan.
Sorry, not Michigan. Wisconsin.
Oh, I was like, Michigan. I don't think there's any warnings up there.
Definitely not Michigan. Wisconsin.
That would have caught us all off guard.
So.
Yeah, that was probably where I saw that 83-mile-an-hour gust just a few thousand feet up, so that probably mixed out.
All right, so they went ahead and already issued a special marine warning out here across the lakes. Losing my voice here.
Uncle Pat wants you to zoom into Appleton.
All right, we will here. All right, let's get back to Appleton here. Let's zoom into Appleton. All right, so we got, very damaging straight line winds impacting your area. These are pushing easily, 70 plus miles an hour right now, heading to Appleton. So it's about, the bottom's about to fall out in Appleton right here.
Yeah, that's almost like a bow echo, a mini bow echo coming through.
Yeah, you're not under the tornado warning, and actually the maybe the stronger winds actually maybe just to the north, but you're going to get the southern flank of it.
Yeah, Green Bay does need to get ready. You are right in the chat.
Yeah, no, I would say Green Bay is definitely more in line than versus Appleton for sure. Green Bay definitely needs to get ready big time. Because they're going to get the brunt. They're going to get more of the brunt of these destructive winds than what Appleton is going to get.
Tornado warning for just southwest of Green Bay is moving northeast at 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really close for that tornado warning to be hitting extended, which it will. I mean, this is going to be probably extended. That will include Green Bay. Yeah, in fact, I'm using the Green Bay radar right now. That's the one closest to these cells. So I'm giving you the best scans possible that we have available. And this is right near the radar site. So I mean, basically, the closer you are to the radar site, the better it's going to be. Right? If you're trying to pull from La Crosse area, it's going to be dispersed a little bit because it's going to be so far away. The angle is going to be off, the timing is going to be off. But then this is only 15 miles away from the radar. This is going to be real time activity. Hey, you're watching from Jamaica. How's it going?
Hey, how about that? Jamaica, we love Jamaica.
Thanks for tuning in from Jamaica. Yeah, so tropical season is somewhat quiet right now. Everything's been really kind of hugging the coast. Really torrential rains, nothing terribly too organized.
New tornado warning just west of Fond du Lac.
New tornado warning?
Yeah,
just to the near the Ripon area, Waupun, Wisconsin. Some of these cities really get me.
But we don't.
West of Fond du Lac.
But we don't have any. Yeah, no observed tornadoes. These are all radar indicated.
I just figured I'd note that just in case. You never know. Well, heck, these things are almost out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, they're moving quick.
I mean, these are almost to the Michigan shoreline, within the next hour or two.
Yeah, I mean,
these things will be past Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, you have Green Bay here, and there's not much else past Green Bay. I mean,
hope you're not eating any sturgeons up there in Sturgeon Bay because you got some big storms coming. How about Pulaski? I think you guys already had severe storms come through there already, I believe.
Yeah, you can see it pretty clear. I mean, Richland Center was under tornado warnings at a time.
Oh no, Pulaski, you're not in a warning yet, but you're about to be you're just to the east of all these warnings, all the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a possible tornado potentially.
Hey, Ginger, I'm in Neenah outside of Appleton, and we're getting it now. Yeah, so you're in Neenah. You're south of you're really on actually just the crosshairs of the main event. I mean, you're getting just a broad brush of it, the really impactful winds. But you got a lot of activity on the south side there, still going to be moving through your area. So you're going to get hit, and then you're going to have probably a lull, and then you're going to get hit again, probably have another lull, and then you'll be hit with all this activity further down to the south here, all kind of heading your way.
Anybody want to know of a fun fact about all this heat and humidity? Currently, or at least there was earlier today, 21 different states under some type of heat alert today.
Yeah, and that actually might even be low compared to maybe what it might be next week. I mean, we've got
next week we got an even bigger ridge going all the way up to central Canada.
Yeah, that's why I said, hey, having severe weather in Canada next week is not that far fetched. I mean, I think that's a definite possibility.
Oh yeah, I think so too. And then, as we head into the middle of next week, the Storm Prediction Center has not outlined any areas, but I will tell everyone there is a potential for severe weather with models I'm looking at, the European GFS and the Canadian models for the Northern Plains, the Upper Midwest, and the Great Lakes. These very same areas that are getting storms now could very well have severe weather next week as well, once that ridge starts to break down on the northern end. So.
Yeah, I think you heat up Father's Day weekend. I mean, you're going well into the hundreds, into the Dakotas by Father's Day. And then that's, increasing the the heat and the upper levels of the atmosphere. And then you got a little bit of trough coming in from the west again. And boom, you got severe weather probably Tuesday and Wednesday of next week.
Roy, did you see the latest 12Z European, and all the way toward the end of them, it just has 112 for Georgia.
Yes, I mean, I hope that's not right.
Oh, well, I mean, that's pretty high.
That's been actually for 2 days now. It's been showing that. I mean, that is. I mean, we're getting indications of, and then the 850 temperatures are cranking at 99 percentile. I mean, for layman's terms, 850 temperatures are on 5,000 feet up. So that gives you an idea. I mean, just by climatology this time of year, what your averages are, it's hitting at like 99 percentile of what they are. That's like at the top of the range. You can't get any higher than that. So, and it's, it's mixing out to 112 at the surface. That would be pretty, I mean, I can't say, I hate to say historic, but that would be insanely high if that were to happen.
Oh, easily. I mean, that's 99 percentile. That doesn't come cheap.
No, I mean, you're basically saying, yeah, I mean, so yes, no, I mean, I bring it up because it actually has shown that for the last like 2.5 days now. And this is
Holy
for,
crap. I'm not gonna say this on air, but language that I probably shouldn't use, but I'm just looking at some other models of next week. Just for everybody's sake, yes, we have a lot of severe weather next week, so just stay tuned to the forecast. And we'll just keep you posted. Probably some more live streams coming up, maybe. So we'll see what Roy's schedule looks like. But yeah, definitely some more severe weather going into next week on the northern periphery of all this heat.
yeah, they just call them ridge riders, right? It's been really prevalent, right? It's almost next to impossible to rain any instability underneath that ridge. So if you're under the ridge, you're like, what's all this rain you're talking about? Well, all I hear is record heat and sun and hot and everything else. But if you're on the northern side of that, all you're hearing is, oh, you're storm after storm after storm, day after day after day. and
It gets relentless after a while. It's almost like a broken record because you get in the middle of summer, it's like you at least have a marginal risk almost every day. Somewhere in the country, you almost do.
Yeah, so I mean, that's understandable to have some marginal risk, but I mean, we're getting like on a daily basis, like in Nebraska, or I mean, we're getting well, even tonight we had some tennis ball size hail already, right? That's almost like at least somewhere like on a daily basis, tennis ball, baseball, softball size hail, wind gusts of 70, 80, 90. The other night, Fort Wayne, Indiana had 98 miles an hour. Near O'Hare had
absurd. That is just absurd amount of wind.
I mean, we've had 83 mile per hour gust, right? I mean, it's like, so it's like almost on a daily basis, we're getting these like extreme type, events, like these, so, I mean, it's not every day, like, but you'll have some down days like Friday. I think it'll be a down day. Much of this weekend, I think it'll be a down day as far as the severe front, but it'll just ramp back up again early next week.
I don't know. I mean, the pattern, if you look long range, I mean, it favors more derechos. I know everybody in the chat probably doesn't like to hear that. But really this summer, even in going into July, I know this is far-fetched, but we really are getting closer to July. I mean, we're in the middle of June now, and the long range period does favor these heat waves and these big windstorms on the northern edge of these heat waves all the way through probably even into July as well. So these derecho potential setups and these heat waves are probably going to be with us for the better part of at least the next 2 weeks.
Yeah. So if you remember the years back in 2011, 2012 timeframe, and this is almost like, somewhat mimicking like something like that. These are like analogs that you can match up against. That was a very hot year. Those years you had derecho type events in those type years. You had a lot of extreme volatile type weather. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at here. And in June's typically when you do get these derecho type setups, and when you get these massive heat bubbles form such early on in the season, like we're seeing, then so you just get on the northern branch there, very big wind threats, and then very large hail threats, tornadic threats, very high wind threats on the north side.
They just extended the warning for Green Bay, 70 mile per hour wind gusts for Green Bay and all the way to Lake Michigan there, including Sturgeon Bay and almost up to Jacksonport.
Yeah, look how many counties it includes. I mean, it's almost too many to mention. I mean,
what is it, like 8?
Yeah, because it's moving at 75 miles an hour. I mean, it's moving at 75 miles an hour, so it's got to include all those counties. So I won't read them all, but 70 mile per hour wind gust as this continues just rapidly move off to the northeast. Going to be, and look at Green Bay. I mean, it's not that far away now. This green dot is Green Bay, and it's like right there. I mean, they're going to take the brunt of it. I mean, things are going to go downhill quickly in Green Bay
You might even see a wall cloud with that. I mean, that's a pretty big gust front coming into Green Bay.
That's a very massive gust front. I mean, it's going to hit you like a ton of bricks. I mean, because it's moving so fast, it's probably not clear, but it's cloudy. It's not even probably windy in Green Bay right now. But 5 minutes from now, I mean, it's going to have 70-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, it's literally going to have like a hurricane just went through.
Let me see what the outbound winds are here, or the for Green. Oh, actually, now the tornado warning has been extended just to the north end of Green Bay as well.
Yeah, there you go. I see that. Yeah, that they did in fact issue that extension of the tornado warning. That does include near Green Bay. This another thunderstorm that was capable of producing tornado located near Black Creek, or 16 miles north of the Appleton area. And so this is why they did have that tornado warning. So areas include Green Bay is by 6:30. So in the next 10 minutes, and that might actually be pushing it, because it looks like it's going to be on your doorstep at really any moment now, as these rapidly moving off to the northeast at 75 miles an hour. 75 miles an hour is the movement. And
interstate driving.
Yeah, this is crazy fast storm movement, and it has the most Boeing segments. So Green Bay is going to get hit with the kind of the brunt, the highest impact event, the brunt of the. I wouldn't be surprised we get some 75, 80-mile-per-hour wind gust in Green Bay. That would not surprise me at all.
What's the difference between a shelf cloud and a wall cloud? A wall cloud is like, it's hard to explain. It's like a vertical axis of a cloud that's just kind of more vertical, and then you got some fingers that kind of come down with it, and then you have a shelf cloud that is more kind of like if you're looking at like a bookshelf, it kind of looks like it's stacked up on top of each other. That's kind of what the difference is. But they're pretty similar. Both shelf clouds and wall clouds both bring big wind. So if you ever see those, you're probably going to get some big wind.
So I'm on the tornado warning by Waupun now, as these are moving also northeast at 65 miles an hour.
Apparently just issued a severe thunderstorm warning severe thunderstorm watch for my area. I'm guessing that the storms are growing more intensely in eastern Iowa now. Because I just got the notification. It's till midnight, and I just had it on my phone.
Okay, well, it's probably not going to be up yet on this one.
I'll have to go to the mesoscale to see where exactly that's at, but it'll probably pop up in a minute anyway.
It will.
Oh my gosh, my phone is just going nuts right now. I clear it, and then it keeps coming up and saying there's a severe thunderstorm watch.
Let me look at the mesoscale. It's just not on there. I can retweet it on Twitter. It'll be on there in like 2 minutes. I mean,
2 minutes. Hey, there's a damaging tornado, Roy, on the ground just to the northwest of Green Bay. Weather spotter confirmed. Tornado on the ground. That's that big old polygon warning just northwest of Green Bay, not the smaller one, the bigger one.
Okay, so this is the one he's talking about. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado on the ground northwest of Green Bay. We're talking areas near Gillett at 6:30. Need to be in your safe zone immediately of this damaging tornado. This was a confirmed tornado located 7 miles west of the Pulaski area, or 11 miles southeast of Chino, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. So this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. Okay, so
there's a bit of an inflow notch.
Yeah, it looks like it's.
It's the notch there. It's kind of weird looking notch. It's not like what you look like for a supercell. It's kind of the other way around.
Yeah, so this is
Is it near Bondul, Wisconsin?
Yeah, Bondul.
I mean, this thing's going to be trucking, so I mean, this tornado is going to be moving very quick.
Yeah,
It's
7
miles west of Pulaski.
7 miles west of Pulaski. I think it's this little notch right here by Bondul. In between Landsad and Bondul, right here, of this confirmed tornado on the ground, going to be near Gillett at 6:30. So
Yeah, this thing's going north. This is going to the north and northwest of Pulaski. So if you're in Pulaski, you got damaging winds coming, but the tornado looks to go northwest of you.
I'm not sure where Gillett is. I don't see Gillett.
Man, we're almost up to the UP with tornado warnings right now.
But yes, this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now, confirmed by weather spotters, 7 miles west of Pulaski, or 11 miles southeast of Chinook.
Yeah, do not wait to look for this thing. This thing's going to be rain rat. That is a guarantee.
Yeah, for sure. And it's moving 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's way too quick to even keep up with. I don't think there's any storm chasers up that way.
There's probably not any storm chasers because it was too much of a bet for something to happen, not to happen. They all went south. Most of them went further south. But this is.
Are you trying to trick us in the chat there, D. Cameron Coates, with all these crazy town names? I can try and look some up for you. I don't even know how to pronounce those.
Yeah, Canadian farmers mentioned, do you think Ontario, Canada will receive extreme weather tomorrow? Because they have that enhanced risk all the way up to upstate New York and the Buffalo area.
Take a look at the European quick to see up to where. Ontario,
Canada. For tomorrow.
I mean, there could be some strong storms, but I think the strongest weather will be in the United States side of things.
Okay. I mean, if there's something, I mean, I'm seeing subtle debris in this, not as evident as we were watching earlier, but this is, if there is still a tornado, this is probably where it's at right now, just coming out of Bondul, heading northeast, heading towards the Green Valley area.
Yeah, there could be some strong storms in Ottawa, Canada, Ottawa, Ontario. But I don't think anything overly intense like today here in Wisconsin, where we got a million tornado warnings. I don't think anything like that's going to happen. But
hey, I think by the 28th, we'll see some heat relief and some storms in North Texas. Well, I mean, that'd be 2 weeks away. So
I don't know about that. I think you're wishing too much there.
I mean, we could all hope, but you're probably looking at the GFS model. Some fat fantasy storm is supposed to hit Texas or something.
Oh boy! Don't be looking at that GFS long range for those fantasy storms.
Yeah, it's like it produces some sort of hurricane like 2 weeks out, like for the last month.
I don't.
But it's always 2 weeks out. It's always 2 weeks out.
That's the trend anyway. Yeah, the only hope for Texas is a tropical system. I mean, you guys are gonna be dominated by a ridge, so I don't expect rain for the next 2 weeks down there at least.
Yeah, so I mean,
and if you do get rain in Texas, anywhere in Texas, consider yourself a lucky person.
We do. I mean, we're expecting a very active hurricane season, right? I mean, 20 named storms, probably 20 plus named storms, no question. No question. Probably half of those are going to be hurricanes, and probably 6 of those are going to be major hurricanes, between now and November, over those 5 months, yes, the U.S. will probably get hit this year, but when it's the only model showing that at the moment, and there's no ensemble guidance, and it basically, defeats the ridge. I mean, the ridge of high pressure. I mean, the ridge will win over the high pressure any day of the week. Over the tropical systems, but yeah. So I
don't even know where this thing is right now. Like, where's this tornado actually at? Like, this thing's moving so quick. I think the radar can't even keep up with it.
I mean, honestly, it was hard for me to tell. I thought Bondul was probably a good guess. Just let me zoom back in.
Just looking at the inflow notch. So if that, on radar, if this thing's moving northeast, Oconto Falls.
Yeah, I'm looking at Oconto Falls. I was about to say that it's probably over on Oconto Falls right now. It's probably right here, I would say, if I had my best guess, near the Oconto Falls area, moving northeast. If it is in fact still on the ground.
Yeah, if you guys don't get a tornado, you'll probably get some 70 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts with that big bulge in that line on the leading edge. Big old gust front coming on through. And that's really for Green Bay too. You're on the southern edge of that kind of bow echo or kind of northeast moving, splattering of 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
But right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 tornado warnings and 1 observed, and it's still showing observed by the Chinook area, which is just really difficult to see now because it's so rain wrapped and moving so quickly.
Yeah, there's some potential once this gets up towards Lake Michigan that it just almost hugs the coast all the way up to the UP, all the way through the UP there. Just the way that it's oriented to the northeast.
I do catch most of the updates. Did you ever cover the derecho that hit the portion of Ontario? Oh, was that?
There you go, Roy. You're recruited to cover Canadian weather now. It's hard enough trying to do the U.S.
You do have to use.
Canadians. We love them all, but
you do have to use a completely. You have to use completely other models. Nothing in Canada is connected to the U.S. models. You have to use the Canadian models, and I just don't know.
Severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of the Davenport Quad Cities area and southeast Iowa for some big hail.
Oh, I do see that. Let me switch radars here. All right, so we can actually. Oh wow, look at that! Look at that line now. I switched radars and.
Yeah, that's pointed right at me too. That's kind of funny, but it's still ways away.
All right, so that's a fairly decent line trying to form on the south side there, and it looks like just southwest of Davenport, it was enough to turn severe with some ping pong size hail now. At 6:25, there was a severe thunderstorm located over Olds, or 10 miles north of Mount Pleasant, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. It's got some ping pong size hail and some 60 mile per hour winds.
So thankfully, back north, the NWS, the National Weather Service offices, kind of canceled some of these overgrowing tornado warnings, so you can get all clustered together on the radar.
Okay.
Now we can see the radar a little bit clearer now with all these kind of just a few warnings here.
Yeah, it is literally over Green Bay right now.
It doesn't look like it's okay. So that that weather spotter confirmed tornado has now gone radar indicated.
Yeah, this is right over the Green Bay site now. Okay, so there's still land till Sirgan Bay.
Where's that at? Oh, Sturgeon Bay. And
Oh,
then
Sturgeon.
Jackson,
Yes, Sturgeon
Jackson
Bay.
Port?
Yeah, and those are all lifting northeast. But so yeah, this is all about to go over the lakes here. This is all going over. This is all heading towards water.
Yeah, so I suppose if you're in, this is gonna sound weird, upper lower Michigan, you might get some storms that could be severe here in the next, couple of hours if they don't fizzle up.
Yeah, how often do they get storms in Sturgeon Bay? Because that's like in between water. Looks like it's. I mean, but there looks like they're going to be taking one of the brunts of this these storms. I mean, this is all heading northeast, and it continues to hold together fairly nicely. But mainly, it's all this is heading over towards the water. I mean,
tornado warnings down to the southwest between Oshkosh and Madison. Those are just radar indicated, mainly just 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these, 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these storms. Sheboygan, you're getting there. You're getting there. The southern end of this line is not moving as fast as the northern end.
Oh yeah, Sheboygan. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, so the northern end is just racing. I mean, that's racing at 75 miles an hour, and the southern end is racing at 65 miles an hour. But it's still a long.
It seems like the northern end's going more east, and then the southern end's more north of east, like northeast.
Right.
The tail is building all the way to Kansas. I mean, yeah, it is. Honestly, there's some storms all the way down toward Topeka now, and you guys have a severe thunderstorm watch down there in the Topeka area. So,
yeah, it's. Let me just tap into the Kansas City radar here, and yeah, so we got some pretty good squall line forming just to the west of Kansas City, Emporia, Topeka, to Lansing, to Plattsburgh. And that storm movement is all shifting slightly northeast. And some of these mesoscale discussions or statements, special weather statements, are talking 50-mile-per-hour wind gust and penny-size hail.
Yeah, so those might go severe warned here. Rather, this whole line might go severe warned as it keeps growing, because I mean, this thing was nothing, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's big storms. And that might be indicative of a low-level jet starting to get together, because I mean, we are past 6 o'clock now, and I mean, we got that low-level jet starting to feed in. Huh.
Oh, they did. Looks like they did issue a tornado watch. They did extend into Marquette. Let me put the watches on.
Was that just now?
Okay, so they did issue the severe thunderstorm watch for Kansas City and all these areas further south where it's building. Okay, so that's where you talked about. You got it on your phone earlier. So now it's filled in. So now we can see it. So this is that brand new severe thunderstorm watch that includes some scattered large hail, isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches in diameter, some scattered wind gusts of 70 miles an hour. A tornado or two is possible between now and midnight. So this is between now and midnight of this backfilling squall line that we can definitely see starting to fill in. I've got the Kansas City radar on, and then here's the Davenport radar on. So it's all kind of filling in. And this is what we
tornado warning for. There's like no towns around this thing now. But Dunbar, just south of Dunbar, Wisconsin.
But yes,
getting close to the UP and Michigan border there.
Okay, and then here's the newer tornado watch that has filled in, because everything's lifting northeast fairly quick. So Marquette is Sault Ste. Marie. So all these areas are under their tornado watch. until 1 o'clock in the morning. Wow, 1 o'clock in the morning now. Okay, so you said there was a new tornado warning.
And between Rhinelander and Escanaba. Anybody help me pronounce that right? I'm not good at names, especially this far north in the United States. Those are Midwestern names. Oh, there's actually a damaging confirmed tornado with that.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. There looks like there's a damaging tornado right here, heading towards just south of Iron Mountain here.
Oh, because it just said radar indicated a minute ago and then just updated.
Yeah, so we're looking at another tornado that's on the ground right now at 6:36. A confirmed tornado was 9 miles northeast of the Muscatine Mountain Natural Area, or 27 miles south of Kingsford, moving north at moving north. This is moving north at 35 miles an hour.
Wow. It's pretty rare you get tornado warnings, let alone, damaging tornadoes on the ground this far north. But do keep the warning if you live in Dunbar. Right outside the warning there, Goodman, if you live in Goodman on the northern end of this warning.
And this is why they went ahead and extended the tornado watch all the way to Marquette here, and even further north than that. So we're talking rare territory, guys, of this severe weather just extending further and further north. And this one's moving due north. It is literally moving due north right now.
It's almost splitting. It's almost, if you look at it, it's almost splitting away from the line, like the main line surging east, and then this kind of lone cell is just kind of doing what it wants.
Yes, you're right. This actually is taking a life of its own here. Let me see. I get the velocity view on. Okay, yeah. Well, look at that.
Yeah, that's a fairly decent couplet there.
Yeah, so this is all lifting off into the northeast. So Dunbar, you need to take shelter immediately with this damaging tornado that's on the ground right now. And if you live in Iron Mountain, you're not under the warning, but if this holds together, then they will be extending this tornado warning up into your area.
Yeah, this is some pretty rare stuff. Not historic, but I mean it's pretty rare to get Northeast Wisconsin in on the action with the tornado on the ground.
I mean, I would say so. I mean, that is definitely pretty far north up there.
Another tornado warning for Marionette, just south of that one and southeast of that one. Just an extension along the coast there.
Yes, it looks like they let the well, it looks like that's where that tornado was earlier, Octono Falls. It looks like it appeared. But yeah, now that's is where they have the tornado warning. There was, that was by Gillett. There was a one that was capable of producing a tornado 7 miles east of Gillett, or 21 miles, east of Chanoa, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour.
Looks like they're going to let that one expire to the north of Green Bay. That one has been actually expired. Yeah, it has been expired here in about 3 minutes. So they'll allow that one to expire.
Yeah, they have.
A new tornado warning again. Oh, wow. Okay, just to the west of Stevenson, near Wasaki. Pretty sure that's still in Wisconsin.
Wasaki. Yeah, it's right here. All right, so this is another Marinette County in northeastern Wisconsin. Marinette County in northeastern Wisconsin is under a tornado warning now until 7. Another storm capable of producing a tornado that was over Wasaki, or 21 miles northwest of Menominee, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. Yeah, central Marquette County. this new tornado warning that's coming out of this bow segment that's continued to lift off northeast.
Yeah, we almost sound foreign with all these city names up here. We apologize. If you live in any of these cities and we're butchering your city's name, we don't mean to.
All right, so it looks like Fond du Lac is next in line with this tornadic supercell down here. It's near Waupun right now, but Fond du Lac is in the crosshairs of this tornadic supercell that's imminent.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice wind bag there too. I mean, Beaver Dam, get ready for 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. Fond du Lac here in the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes. By about 7 o'clock, Fond du Lac, you're going to be under some nasty winds here pretty soon. 60 to 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, they are definitely holding their own as they continue to race northeast.
It's amazing how just to the south, all these in eastern Iowa along the river and then down into Missouri just blown up. It's just.
I mean, Green Bay had its initial ban, but you're going to get all this backfilling on the backside here. You got the first wave that came through. You have another wave going through Neenah and Appleton right now, Oshkosh, and even have some backfilling back towards Wisconsin Rapids here.
So Milwaukee now that there's storms near Davenport. We'll see if they can get up towards the Milwaukee area here later this evening. But assuming they might not, because the National Weather Service or the Storm Prediction Center that put out this severe thunderstorm watch across eastern Iowa and western Illinois doesn't go very far towards Rockford or Chicago. So that tells me these are more slower movers than the ones to the north.
Yeah, Milwaukee's always been questionable if it's going to make it down there or not, because we're getting the action, but it's not turning severe further south, and these are all moving northeast. So, again, these storms down here would have to be severe for right now. I mean, for Milwaukee to get them, and even though they are on the cups, but that. I think moderate and even enhanced area. I think.
Milwaukee.
They're right on the edge of the enhanced risk.
Okay.
Well, I guess
they don't come out. When do they come out with the new outlook?
I guess they're labeled as technically they're labeled as slight, but which is probably accurate. I mean that's.
A big old conglomerate of severe thunderstorm warnings south of the Atlanta metro and west central Georgia right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings.
Okay, Atlanta. Yeah, I'm sorry. We do have some more storms down here in the southeast. All right, so let me put on the Atlanta radar. Yeah, we've got numerous warnings. It looks like they're all some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, again, these are all looks like they're borderline severe. Maybe some quarter-size hail at times. Maybe some higher 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. But these are big pop-ups. They don't really move that much, and they kind of rain themselves out. We can put the storm motion on these. Yeah, and these are actually moving. These are moving west.
There's no connection with the deep layer flow at all. So
wow,
they're just doing whatever they want.
Moving southwest. That is definitely a weird movement.
It is super windy where I live right now. I mean, there's the guy that from whoever in the chat said from northern Illinois, if we got gusts to 40, I think that's the case now. I mean, it's pretty windy outside.
Okay, so you're feeling it that far away.
It's still a clear sky here. I don't see a cloud in the sky where I live here in Dixon.
Okay, so here's Dixon. Okay, and the storms are DeWitt. They're by DeWitt. It's still pretty far away. So I don't see a gust front. I don't see a gust front or anything like that.
I think it's just a low-level mass response out of the south, just feeding in, pooling all the the moisture ahead of that cold front.
All right, let's head back further north by Dunbar. Okay, so that looks like that tornado is no longer confirmed on the ground, but still heading north. Yeah,
I will be right back since things are starting to settle down with the tornado warnings. I'll be right back.
Okay. I was going to mention the wind picking up, but nothing significant at all. That will be tomorrow. My poor greenhouse. I live in Illinois, and my friend said they saw the orange sky. Snowies, don't you need 100-mile-per-hour winds? It's not if it's crazy hot. Yeah, watch these cells, popcorn cells. Hey, Susan. Yes, I have the HRRR. We looked at it earlier, but we can look at it. We can definitely look at it again. So let's look at the latest run. All right, so this is the 22Z. Is that completely filled? It looks like it's completely. So let me run it all the way through, and we'll stop and look at this. All right, so what we're watching is the high resolution guidance from the latest run on the HRRR model. We do have that storm development down here by Kansas City. That's why they have that severe thunderstorm watch issued currently right now. Those storms that are over Green Bay will continue to press northeast. Let's just put another frame. Okay, so I know Hunter said he lives in Dixon, and storms could be by 9 o'clock knocking on his doorstep near Dixon, maybe by Rockford. There's the Milwaukee area. Still in the clear at the moment, according to the latest HRRR. Marinette could have some instability. They did go ahead and extend the tornado watch all the way to Marquette. And again, these storms reach well to the north up into Canada, into Thunder Bay area, as these continue to press north, backfilled back towards Topeka by 9 o'clock. They definitely appear they slow down. Yeah, it looks like Hunter might get hit a little bit in Dixon. And it appears maybe, if this is right, it might make it to Milwaukee by then. I'm not sure how severe they will be by then, but that's 11 o'clock this evening. So that's a long ways away from now. That's another 4 more hours. My best, Travis City, it definitely appears it does cross over into Michigan, maybe on the west side. Sault Ste. Marie. But you can see the fade, which most of the indication has the fade. We talked about Chicago really, really minimizing the severe threat as it pushes further east. So right now we still have the daytime heating. We still have the activity, but it definitely appears, we talked about, staying live until midnight. This would be 1 o'clock in the morning. And it might not even be until midnight. It might be closer to 10 before things start rapidly winding down by 10 o'clock. So yeah, that looks like it gives you an indication on where some of the storms may be over the next. And then we'll look at some of the southeast stuff. You can see down in the southeast, most of the activity stays around for a couple of more hours. But again, by 10 o'clock, once they lose a lot of the daytime heating, and then they rapidly fall apart. And that's the same thing that's going to happen to the north. They're just going to be able to hang on just a tad bit longer, maybe last towards, maybe 10, 11, but definitely by midnight, they're going to be rapidly falling apart. So that is the latest run on the latest high resolution guidance to kind of give you an idea what may be to come over the next couple of hours. All right, so we're zooming back into the current radar from Madison. As right now we have, again, several tornado warnings that we're dealing with at the moment. Four of them, 4 current tornado warnings as we speak. As most of the activity is continue to lift further north from Dunbar into maybe Iron Mountain areas. This is also moving out of and also heading north, more like northeast. And this another tornado warning is all heading off to the northeast, heading towards Marionette. Nothing confirmed, but it does appear that this movement is 75 miles an hour. So these storms are just moving at a very intense, quick pace.
And there's a new warning for just west of Kansas City. I don't know if you mentioned that or not.
Just west of Kansas City.
Towards Leavenworth. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Tonganoxie.
That's a good guess. All right, so this is in the Kansas City area. Yeah, it looks like that storm was over that Tonganoxie area, moving east at 40 miles an hour. This has some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. So they did, in fact, go ahead and issue that severe thunderstorm watch for the Kansas City area for this line that definitely backbuild. It doesn't look that intense, but still on the severe side, as these will move across to the east, and that severe thunderstorm watch goes on until about midnight time frame. For those areas up. And let's tap into the Davenport radar now, so that we have another severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of Davenport and Wapello. And that's just another area that has some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. That's possibly over the Grandview area.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Columbus Junction, Grandview, and Wapello. Yeah, those are heading towards me, right?
Well, yeah, we did look at the high resolution guidance while you were gone. It looks like Nick Dixon might get hit by 9 o'clock. It didn't appear to be severe by then, but it definitely appears you might get some rain.
Just what I need to mow some more.
Hey, do you think we will get a tornado in Milwaukee? I mean, based on the HRRR, it looks like storms don't even actually make it to Milwaukee to about 11 o'clock. And by that time, they're probably won't even be severe. So at this point, I would probably, a fair guess would say no in Milwaukee. Because we don't see anything further south. I mean, these are all lifting northeast, even the one in Madison. That's actually going to miss Milwaukee. So something would actually have to form and turn severe here and then continue to lift northeast. And at this point, I don't see that happening.
Jakey says, do you love the 100 temps outside? For me, no, I don't like it. Way too hot.
I'm going to let that loop, but I'll be back in a second. There it is.
So we got a tornado warning up for continuing for portions of Marionette, getting up towards the northeast Wisconsin, almost up to the UP of Michigan. We actually 3 tornado warnings up there right now. So that's interesting. And then the 4th tornado warning down just northeast of Madison around Sun Prairie and Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, and that is also radar indicated. All these are radar indicated tornadoes right now. Everybody in chat, to mix it up a bit, I know this isn't weather related. Your favorite sports team, I want to hear it. What's your favorite sports team? I got to see if anybody's like me on here. See if we got any Cubs fans on here.
The Eagles, the Philadelphia Eagles, the NFL team. Oh, all right, Jake. Never mind. This went badly. The Packers now. Come on, man. Come on, man.
All right, what do we got?
Just some radar indicated tornado warnings. I asked the chat who their favorite sports team are, and they're really letting me down right now.
Oh. Cubs fan.
There we go. We got a Cubs fan. I'm right with you there.
Oh, the Winnipeg Jets. Packers are good. Go Pack, go! Yeah, it seems to be a lot of Packer fans. Well, we are talking about Wisconsin here.
The Detroit Red Wings. How about that? Hello from Detroit.
Oh yes.
The Winnipeg Jets. Is that a major league hockey team?
I think that's a hockey team. Yeah, I think that's a hockey team. The Blackhawks. Oh, there you go. Philadelphia Eagles, Snowies.
Snowies. Philadelphia Eagles. I'm sorry to say they're not going to be too good this year, though. I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
You never know.
Look at the roster.
Yeah, you never know about the NFL. Hey, you guys are funny. Of course, the Eagles are always in our division, the Dallas Cowboys. So we always usually.
Are you a Dallas Cowboys fan, Roy?
I mean, you know, I guess maybe by default, I guess I watch them because they're on, but nothing.
I thought you were more of a Houston Texans guy.
Well, I haven't lived there in 25 years. You know, back when the Oilers were around, I was a big Oiler fan. But of course, then they moved to Tennessee, and then.
Who was the quarterback for the Oilers back then? I forget.
Oh gosh, you're really testing my memory. But no, I mean Dallas.
Anybody in chat who knows who the Houston Oilers quarterback was back then, I will give you a golden star.
A golden star, huh? I mean, you're actually talking back in the early 90s.
Oh yeah, then I don't have a clue.
Back when Dallas was good, you know, the dynasty, back in the dynasty days of Dallas, back in the 90s.
Oh, there we go. Warren Moon. That sounds about right.
Well, maybe not back then. I know Warren Moon definitely was the quarterback, but maybe not that far off.
Yeah, we just need Kansas City and the Buccaneers to stop winning these Super Bowls, and we'll be good. Football size hail reported in a storm one time. Are you sure? That seems like pretty large hail. I don't know about that. The largest is 8 inches in diameter, I believe, in the U.S. I don't know. That might be football size. I'm not sure. That's pretty big, though. Maybe if you cut the football's triangle part at the end of, or whatever you call it, whatever those things are called at the end of the football, makes it more circular than it would be.
All right. I guess he started playing back in 84. I didn't realize he played that long, 23 seasons. I thought there was one before him, but maybe not.
I just looked and wow, never mind. Never mind. That tells you about me now.
Okay, Eddie George, yes, and Warren Moon, my fave Oiler. So, how about basketball size hail? Would anyone survive? Yeah,
I don't think so.
No, I mean, you know, that's crazy stuff, right? I mean, I hope I never see that in my lifetime.
So, I mean, could you imagine the updraft? I'd have to hold that up.
I mean,
200-mile-per-hour updraft.
Well, yeah, because I mean, the one in Vivian, the 8-inch, they said it was 150 mile-per-hour updraft. So yeah, it would probably have to be somewhere along, 200-mile updraft. So which would be next to insane, right? That's not even the realm of thinking right now. So
That's like historics for sure. And this line is like, do I or don't I? Because there's like individual cells, but they're not really, congealing into a big old like squall line. It's more of a thin kind of broken line in Iowa and Missouri and Kansas here.
yeah, these storm chasers are continue to head south, and they're pretty much probably done for the night. They're not going to see any more activity.
Some of them might. We'll see how crazy they are. See if they go over to the enhanced risk tomorrow.
That's a long ways.
Yeah, I don't know. Reed Timmer might do it. He drives all across the country.
They would have to book it from Madison all the way to Buffalo. I mean, all night long. I don't see that.
I'd say Madison to Toledo overnight, and then from Toledo to Buffalo in the morning hours, and you'll get there.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't start till 3, I mean, if you really want to do it. Now, granted, he lives in Wisconsin, so it'd be kind of hard to say, hey, I'm going to go chase this but
yeah, it'd be a big kind of sad day if you went all the way over there for no reason. There's no tornadoes or nothing.
I mean, it doesn't look like a big tornado day. I mean, it's definitely more of a wind threat and hail threat. But I mean, you could get some spin ups, but not either way. Let's see. All right, today.
It says 5% for tornadoes.
Uh-huh.
More of a wind threat and hail threat. I don't know. He might go down and chase that 2% down by St. Louis. Maybe they'll get lucky there. These lower end days, like you say, are a bit bigger than they seem to be sometimes.
Ross says 29 tornado warnings so far and 5 confirmed tornadoes and 1 PDS.
That sounds about right.
Hey, Sam, what's the longest distance a squall line or derecho has traveled?
That's a good question. I actually want to look that up.
Well, I know the one that was confirmed, through the Ohio Valley and Indiana the other night was confirmed derecho, and it looked like that one traveled about 400 miles.
Are you talking about the longest derecho, Sam, on record? Like how long it's been? Because the one in 2012 was 800 miles.
800 miles.
18 hours.
Oh, wow. 18 hours. Oof.
Without a stop, yeah. Let me see if there might be some in the 1900s that might have lasted longer. I'm not sure.
That's long enough. 18 hours and 800 miles. How about the Iowa one? But that was maybe short-lived, but it was just really intense.
Oh, in 2020?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Let's see here. There's a lot of derechos actually in 2020. I did not realize. Some of them didn't get covered as much as others.
Yeah, it looks like that activity is right over Sturgeon Bay now. So, yep, they are definitely getting hit. And that watch has some 70-mile-per-hour winds. I would say that's rare for that area in Sturgeon Bay. I mean, to get 70-mile-per-hour winds way up there.
See, there's a derecho in July 10th and 11th, 2011 that lines up kind of with this year's kind of thinking. That one went more than 400 miles across the upper Midwest and upper Great Lakes. Kind of in the same area this one's in. But this ain't a derecho though, but still kind of the same area.
Yeah, if the one the other day would have maybe taken shape earlier, it maybe would have lasted longer and been on the ground longer.
Yeah, everybody in chat, I mean, derechos, like I said before, this is a new term. We haven't used derechos very much. We've only been talking derechos for like better half of a century or so. I mean, there's not a lot of information on these things quite yet, like we do tornadoes. I mean, we've been knowing about tornadoes since the 17 and 1800s. I mean, we got more information throughout more time than we've had derechos. And I'm sure Roy agrees with that.
Well, yeah, it's just something they're just now kind of newly tracking, right? I mean, all it really is just a straight line wind event, you know. But if the criteria reaches 240, there's questionable. If it reaches 400 miles, then it gets classified as a derecho. But so yes, it's one of those events that honestly they just had not been tracking for very long periods of time.
Yeah, it looks like the 2012 one was the longest ever recorded in the U.S. was 14 hours, 18 hours straight in 800 miles. That was the longest ever. So that was in recent history.
Okay, but I mean, again, there could have been ones before that, but they just not. There's no record of it. They just couldn't. They didn't track that type stuff, right? I mean, nowadays it seems like we have a record for everything. Oh, the most days over 90 in the June or whatever, you know. So I mean, yeah. So I mean,
the tri-state tornado that went through Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana. There's also speculation that one did lift up and then recycle and then lift down, but 220 miles long is nothing to laugh at. That's crazy.
Hey, was driving home and haven't been paying much attention. Any big news? How is Madison looking? I have 3 coworkers there this week. And Madison, all right, so Madison's kind of on the tail end of it. They are getting some higher wind gusts right now, Brett, some 70-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing tornadic.
Oh, wow. There's a new warning for Davenport, Quad Cities. So the entire Quad Cities metroplex is under a severe warning, and it's moving quick right toward me, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour.
But I think for the most part, I think the tornado threat is kind of winding down. I mean, we talked about 7, 8 o'clock. I mean, the tornado threat would be with us for 3, 4, 5 hours. We still have one warning out, and it's on the southern branch. I mean, the northern branch is more rain wrapped. We had that one in Iron River earlier, and now that's subsided. These storms are continuing to move northeast. They did, in fact, extend the tornado watch, Brett, to Marquette, but I don't really see those turning tornadic for the rest of the night. It's all going to be on the southern side now, and it's just about past Madison. And they are not warned at the moment, and it doesn't appear they will be.
Yeah, there's only 2 warnings south in Iowa and then Missouri there.
And we looked at the high resolution data, and it's questionable it even makes it to Milwaukee, and that won't be until about 11 o'clock. And more than likely by then, they won't even be severe by then. But they did, in fact, go ahead and extend the severe thunderstorm watch all the way down, into the Kansas City area, into the Davenport area, on these new cells that have been popping up. But not tornadic type cells, but probably borderline severe, some quarter-size hail, maybe some ping-pong size hail at times. There's the Davenport radar. So we got pockets of severe thunderstorm warnings. And then we can tap into the Kansas City radar. And these are a lot slower movers. These are only moving about 15 miles an hour.
Oh, on the southern end of this? Yeah, that's slow. The one at Davenport's northeast is 60. So, yeah, that's really slow.
Okay, 35 miles an hour. Maybe I was thinking the southeast storms moving at 15 miles an hour. These 35 miles an hour.
That's still kind of slow, though.
Well, compared to what we've been used to tonight, 75 miles an hour.
Hey, so it picked up steam a little bit. Down in the southeast, 20 to 30 miles an hour now.
Yeah, Wichita, we're picking up the Wichita radar now. And you can definitely see there's trying to even backfill even towards Wichita, but probably not severe, right? But these continue to try to backfill. And it's 7:13, sun's still out. We're still having daylight, so you get heating a little bit longer in the day this time of year. We still have another hour and a half before the sun technically really sets.
Hey, Jakey, your question. I typed it in the computer. Google knows everything. How many lightning strikes hit the U.S. per year? Approximately 20 million.
20 million? Wow.
Here's an even better number. An average number of lightning strikes worldwide every day is 8.6 million for the whole globe as a whole.
Every day?
Every day, yeah.
8.6 million. Wow.
So the Earth is very electrical in some way, shape, and form.
Yeah, so we still got that one tornado warning. It looks like it expires in 16 minutes. And honestly, after this one expires, I probably don't see any tornado warnings the rest of the evening. I mean, unless something really.
Canada, 2.4 million a year for lightning. There you go, Jakey. There's the answer.
2.4 million.
That seems like a lot for Canada, but I mean, Canada is pretty big country.
It looks like the U.S. right now, of course, we got a lot of severe weather happening. It looks like 7,600 strikes now. You know, between the combination of all the severe storms in the southeast and the ones we're watching right now up in the upper Great Lakes. Yeah, 7,600 strikes.
That's a lot. Probably most of them up here in Wisconsin.
Oh, the bots are back. It's been nice not seeing them. It's been 4 hours. I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, the bots are back. The GOES satellite will only get 70%. Keep that in mind.
Hey, Roy, did you see the Climate Prediction Center on June 9th? This was about last week. 52% chance of La Nina continuing through September, and then up to 59% chance going all the way through early winter.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the odds are favorable. We have a three-peat, which is rare. It's only happened twice in history. Because it's actually supposed to intensify as we head towards winter. Yeah, everything I see, it looks like we have a three-peat. Meaning we have La Nina again in winter. So that would be three
again with winter storms.
3 years in a row with La Nina. That would be 3 years in a row.
I got missed last year, like the entire year. But every La Nina is different, so. But I would say, if you do live in the Ohio Valley and you got dumped on with snow this year, I would say there's a better than 50-50 odds that happens again this next year for winter.
I don't know. Winter is so far out. That's like 6 months away. We don't have to talk about winter right now.
I don't want to think about the cool weather. Remember I was complaining about cool weather all the way through May, and then we finally just warmed up here, and it's like, and then even Snowy, she's like just getting out of the deep freeze up in the.
Well, yeah, I mean, Snowy's is like, don't talk about winter. It's been cold here. I don't talk about winter.
He's like, I just got done with the cold weather like yesterday.
Well, people in the South are like, it's in 100 every day. Like, let's talk about winter. Well, it's not reality right now. So I posted about the snow in Montana. Like, bring that snow to Texas. Like, well, that's,
I don't know. They're living in the wrong state in Texas, I think. I think if you live in Texas, you want snow, you just go up to Illinois or Wisconsin. Minnesota's a good state for that.
I know. Well, I mean, it doesn't snow every year, right? I mean, actually, before the last 2 years, I went 6 years without seeing snow. 6 years.
Wow. How did you recover from that though? That's the real question.
Well, we
Are you
had.
a snow lover yourself to some degree?
I mean, I like to see it because it's so rare, right? Yeah, I grew up in Houston. I live in Dallas. You know, I haven't seen much snow unless I've been on vacation. so, so- but yes, we've.
Okay, I got another question. This is way off topic. It's about Mars. So Mars, the NASA's trying to get us to like, okay, we gotta get off the Earth. We gotta move to different planets, right?
Because I mean, Earth, every planet has a lifeline, and we're only a blink of an eye right now into the Earth's lifespan. I mean, if you think about it, but how in the world would you move to Mars with the lowest temperature at night being minus 195 Fahrenheit? I mean, how would you cope with that?
Oh, I don't know. That's so far fetched. No one's even.
I feel like one day NASA will they'll find a way to.
What is it? I think Antarctica is like 163 below or something like that. I mean, that's like the coldest on Earth. Bostic, Antarctica. But how many people live in Bostic, Antarctica?
Me and my friend.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how many people would live there.
No, I'll pass on feeling 100 below anything.
Yeah, that's no joke. That's crazy.
All right, so this, I mean, let's get back to the storms here. So, I mean, that's
tornado warning. Yeah, there's still a tornado warning northeast of Madison, but it hasn't really done them.
no, I know, but it's for 10 minutes. I mean, I know after this one expires, it's, I mean, this is actually winding down fairly.
Yeah, I mean, even the severe thunderstorm warnings are really starting to get kind of more scattered now.
Yeah, this is actually winding down.
There you go. There you go for the Northeast. There's your prerequisite there, south of Rochester, east of Buffalo. Severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, today? Oh, what is that? That's that's a preview for tomorrow.
Oh, I guess there is a slight risk kind of nudging its way, and they have a 2% there too for tornadoes.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, very small, like 2% in central Pennsylvania and southwestern New York State.
Oh, it does fishtail all the way up there.
I didn't even realize we were so busy covering all this, we forgot about the Northeast.
Well, I didn't think it actually included New York today. That's pretty far up there. Okay, yeah. I mean, because this area is supposed to hit hard tomorrow, but okay. So we do have a storm that came off the coast here, and this one is borderline severe up here and near Buffalo. Yeah, this is the area that's under the enhanced risk tomorrow.
Yeah, they got a chance of some. I think it's more of a wind threat tomorrow, wind and hail, but there could be a couple tornadoes.
I don't know. Those lower end days seem to be overperforming. Not that this one was anything to scratch, because I mean, like Ross said, there were 29 tornado warnings. It looks like there were 5 confirmed, maybe 1 PDS tornado. If that is actually true, that I mean, just even taking that, the event has verified, because it called for several tornadoes, and maybe 1 or 2 of those could be a intense tornadoes. We had at least 1 intense tornado confirmed. At least we might have had several, because at the time we had several debris balls on the ground, and the one that wasn't even had a tornado warning but never confirmed, that debris ball actually looked bigger than the one that had the confirmed tornado on the ground.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, the damaging winds too. I mean, you guys used to. I'm pretty sure we had some hurricane force winds.
Oh yeah, easily. Well, it's already been confirmed in the storm reports. That's already been confirmed.
It still says even trained weather spotters up in towards the Green Bay area, or just northeast of Green Bay, up in Sturgeon Bay and Jacksonport.
Okay, so we
under 70-mile-an-hour gusts.
they do have that one confirmed tornado on the ground, in the storm reports now. That was on the ground for 50 minutes. That they do have that in the reports now.
Oh, it says 50.
No, it doesn't say that. I'm just, it just says observed tornado on the ground. Which yes, that one was, confirmed, spotters, everything. The other ones were actually not confirmed yet.
These are moving. It seems like, I don't know. The Davenport one says it's moving northeast at 60, but is it really? Apparently trained weather spotters in Davenport have confirmed 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail. This storm was located near Park View Wildcat Den State Park area, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Locations in its path are just too many to speak of with it moving so fast. But yeah, this is coming out of the Davenport heading towards the Davenport area, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour.
Yeah, it looks like Davenport, Moline, LeClaire, Milan, the Davenport Airport, and then getting up towards Clinton, Iowa. Could be some strong winds.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, these are not a solid line. These are all spotty. So sure, yeah, you can definitely get some higher winds coming out of these areas. There's another storm by Queen City.
Queen City.
South of Bloomfield, and south of Des Moines. Or basically maybe.
Yeah, I see that one. That's a decent looking cell. It could be some quarter-size hail with that one.
Let's look at the hail size. We've got, maybe not quite a quarter, 3/4 at the top. 0.80. Yeah, almost about 3/4 of an inch.
Was it like nickel?
Well, no. I guess so. Nickel. Yeah, that would be nickel. Not quarter. It'd be nickel.
Yeah, that's on the. I am in Elgin, Illinois area. Anything heading here tonight? Well, it looks like they're moving really slow, but by the time they get to Elgin, they might just be pretty much duds by that point.
Let's see, north of Davenport, about a 1/2 inch. Now they got the hail on here. So here's Madison. There's Columbus. I mean, even that's not even an inch. Right there, 1 inch, very small spot. Looks like just south of, 1.15 inches. I mean, yeah, obviously that would be severe. A little over a quarter.
Just over like $50 almost.
Yeah, almost $50. All this activity further north, no. Yeah, there's no.
It says my coworker just drove through that near Madison, Wisconsin. He said it was interesting. I bet. Yeah, some pretty strong winds and for sure, maybe some hail.
Yeah, I'm on the Madison one. It looks like there was maybe 1/2 inch, 0.67. Yeah,
they're allowing that tornado warning to expire.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the last tornado warning of the night. I think since these storms are moving so quick, it might be even, less of an impact even earlier than we thought, because it just rapidly ramped up, and as quickly as it ramps up.
I just looked on the Mezzo, and there's still 2,000 Cape in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin, so that's kind of interesting. But I mean, when you have the lack of shear and forcing, I mean, you have the forcing to the cold front. But when you don't have the shear that far south, it's kind of hard.
So Dane,
Ended
Wisconsin.
the severe thunderstorm watch till 2 a.m. for south central Alabama.
Oh, they did all the way down in the southeast, huh?
Yeah. Includes Montgomery, Auburn, and then down towards the just near the Columbus area.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot more tight little clusters. I don't know if this activity lasts till 2 o'clock in the morning to warrant a severe thunderstorm watch.
I know. I was looking at the models. I was like, I don't even know if it lasts till 10 p.m.
I mean, a watch only means it has the ingredients. It doesn't mean, I've been in plenty of watches and nothing happens.
I guess the HRRR does have it pretty good through midnight or 1 a.m. though. That's one model run, however. That's who knows.
All right, let's look at
Even
that.
the HRRR can be wrong sometimes.
All right, let's look at that. So this is 7 o'clock. There's one. Downburst winds. Maybe they just have it because of possibility, maybe some of those collapsing downburst winds. But that's 11. There's midnight. There's 1. Yeah, I don't think those are severe at that point.
Yeah, maybe some isolated, gusty winds, some small pea-sized hail or, penny-sized hail or something, but. Interesting. Emporia, that storm looks kind of healthy. Golf ball size hail down toward Emporia now, huh? Kansas. At least radar indicated that it could produce golf ball.
Emporia. Okay, here's the Emporia one. Yeah, here's golf ball size hail. Well, these are kind of isolated. We're still 7 o'clock. We're still, connected with the heating. And but I was just looking at the hail threat. I was just looking at the hail. The hazards include golf ball size hail near Opie, moving east at 15 miles an hour at 7:29. Wasn't I just looking at the hail?
I think so. Am I just trying? What was it before? Quarter?
I couldn't find anything quarter. I couldn't find anything quarter size.
Oh, so it really jumped up then. Holy crap. Yeah, that updraft really probably just blew up to the bottom. That's the very tail end of this line, though.
Okay, here's Opie. All right, so yeah, 1.34. Okay, yeah, it has blown up a little bit. There wasn't anything like this. 1.14, 1.34 hitting the surface. And it could bump up to a golf ball potentially. That's not that far off. All right, so that storm is definitely rapidly intensifying here. And that's heading towards Flint Hills National Wildlife Refuge.
That's probably about as close as you're going to get for rainfall as Emporia, Kansas, Roy, for the next 2 weeks.
Emporia, Kansas.
It's about as close as it's getting to Texas or Oklahoma, probably.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, usually these ridges start in like July, but it starts early this year. So,
Yeah, it's gonna be a scorcher. I mean, if this is the telltale sign of how summer's gonna go, it's gonna be a rough time through summer for many people in the United States.
I mean, the European
Northeast.
the European seasonal guidance has actually hundreds all the way through July. I mean, technically, we might have several days there that you don't get hundreds, but
You know what I find interesting about this year's summer, though, about the summer forecast and the European, extended range forecast, is that it kind of ever so slightly. Okay, you know how we have the heat waves now in the middle, Texas to the Central Plains, kind of centered around there.
mm-hmm.
It has it more pushing west toward the Rockies toward July. Like it has all these major heat waves starting to push more west towards the middle and end of summer.
Yeah, so here's the broader perspective of what's happening now. I mean, it looks like the tornado threat has lessened, and it's actually probably completely gone away. I mean, I'm not really expecting any more tornadoes for the rest of the evening. We're transferring into a kind of a squall line, and even that these gusts aren't nearly as intense as they were earlier. We had plenty of reports of 70, 80 mile per hour, even some as higher than that. But yeah, along this leading edge, we still are getting some initial 60 mile per hour gust, quarter size hail. At times maybe has bumped up to a little bit higher than quarter size hail, especially further south on the southern flank of it, because there's nothing else to the south to impede the storms. But yeah, I mean, overall, and most of the guidance, because I mean, I know we talked about Milwaukee's maybe in the crosshairs. I mean, I would say fairly, unless some of these storms do turn severe in Evansville, I don't even see Milwaukee even getting severe storms tonight.
Yeah, I doubt it. I don't think they will. Somehow this one toward Davenport sneaks through all the way through Rockford and gets that way, but that's pretty far fetched.
But yeah, this event definitely ramped up quick. I mean, it definitely ramped up quick. We were live for maybe 30 minutes or so. And was it 4:02? I think 4:02 was the first, maybe an hour. We were live for an hour before the first tornado warning. But the first one was
like 51. It was like a 50-minute tornado warning, like on the ground tornado.
Yeah, the first one was, I think, the most intense one. Yeah. I think that's the one that actually transferred into a PDS with a confirmed extremely large damaging tornado. Yeah, I see the severe thunderstorm watch now for Alabama. Yeah, they're talking scattered hail up to 2 inches and wind gust up to 70. That's
2 a.m., huh?
That's pushing it. That is definitely pushing it. Through 2 a.m. I don't see that happening.
None of those cells really look like they're that amazing. I mean, they're really not.
I don't see 2 inches coming out of that stuff. I mean, especially what forcing do they have? Like, why 2 o'clock in the morning? They're moving southwest. That's not a. I mean,
It's the other end of the ridge.
Yeah, just the Ridge Rider effect, right? They're just traversing across all the way, looping around that ridge. And
they're basically just diurnally driven. So that's pretty much all they are.
but nothing to warrant 2-inch hail like that late at night. That's these. I mean, I could see maybe some wind gusts up to 70, possibly, but not 2-inch hail. I mean,
yeah, that's too much. I mean, that's maybe they're just erring on the side of caution. Like, hey, maybe 1 or 2 of these storms could, but.
Yeah,
everything's starting to kind of wind down a little bit. besides the southeast with all these warnings, pretty much just southwest of Atlanta.
Yeah, we may be ending a lot earlier than I thought. I mean, yeah, originally it was like midnight, then it looked like maybe 10, and I'm like,
Well, now we say nothing for Milwaukee, but apparently there's a severe warning pointed right toward them right now. 60-mile-an-hour gusts moving east at 40.
Where-
Atkinson, Wisconsin. Kind of in that same area they got pummeled the other day with that golf ball size hail and that.
But isn't it moving? It's moving northeast, isn't it? This is moving. Okay,
That says east at 40.
now it's moving east.
So there you go, Milwaukee. You might get some of that.
But that's still a whole nother county away. And this one expires in 51 minutes. And that would even be a long way. I mean, if you actually zoom in, they're still fairly long. I mean, they're still a good chunk away from even where the extension ends in Concord. I mean, they're still pretty good jaunt.
So, folks in Milwaukee, if you drive about 2 hours west, you can see some storms tonight. How about that?
Well, I think they get rain. I just don't know if they're going to be severe when they make it there.
No, this whole thing's weakening. I mean, even
Yeah.
the storms that popped up before, that was like, okay, maybe this will start to form a solid line, you know, from eastern Kansas to northern Illinois. And that's kind of starting to fall apart too now, really. Some of these are kind of like,
Yeah, I mean, the HRRR had it at about 9 o'clock in Milwaukee. But it's questionable if they're even severe at that point. It looks like we've got more cells, Eldridge, DeWitt. Looks like just mainly severe for possible wind gust up to 60 miles an hour.
oh, I see that. Yeah, Eldridge, Comanche, DeWitt, Clinton, all those. Yeah.
Hey, it's going to be an early night, guys and gals. Get ready for tomorrow. Yeah, that's what it definitely seems like. I mean, we could probably cut it short tonight. No reason to stay until midnight, that's for sure. So,
what is it there? What's the temperature? Is it 93?
what here?
Yeah.
You're talking about in Dallas, where I live?
Yeah.
Oh, well, today was the cooler day, I guess, if you will. It was 95 was the high today.
See, that's what. Wow. If you say it's cooler at 95, that's
Okay, well, comparisons what we've been. I mean, that's actually 3 degrees above average. But as far as like the high pressure was like over to the northeast, and then we got some of that Saharan dust. I mean, it's not going to be that way tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow we'll be back up almost to 100 probably, and then you're probably over triple digits going next week. So, but yeah, 95 has been the coolest day out of the last, I don't know, 7 days. So,
Roy, the European, if it has its way, you might have 100 degrees starting tomorrow again, going all the way through July 1st.
yeah, the European has been a little bit warm, but you know, it's been 12 days since I've had rain, and the ground's going to be drying out.
Even the GFS is showing that, except for when it brings that fantasy storm up, then it cools you off. That's just nuts. Somebody needs to fix this model. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's going 109 next Friday. I hope that doesn't happen.
Oh man, could you imagine? I don't know how you guys mow down there. It's just so. It was hot for me. I mean, that's.
Well, the 1980 heat wave was, that's the all-time record. Back in June of 19, it was like 27, 28, 29, where you hit 112, 113 for 2 or 3 days in a row.
What's the all-time record, like, high for McKinney or Dallas or wherever?
Yeah, 113. Yeah, 113.
Wow. That's like borderline Death Valley.
Yeah, I think McKinney hit 118 in 1936 in the Dust Bowl years. And the state record for Texas is 120.
I can't imagine that. That's like Brownsville weather.
But yeah, Europeans going crazy. I mean, it said 98 today. We got 95. So I mean, it has been running a couple degrees too hot. But hey, if it's 109, if it hits 106, that's warm. that's hot.
Wait, Brett, are you being serious? Wait, 109 with a 76? That can't be right. Can it? I feel like if it's 109 out, the dew point would mix down into the upper 60s at least. I've rarely seen, you rarely see temperatures up to around 110 with dew points that like in the mid 70s. That's like extremely rare, but it can happen.
Oh, that's maybe the heat index. He might be talking about the heat index.
Oh, because I was about to say, if you have an ambient temperature of 109, I find it hard to believe the dew point won't make
Well,
sense.
yeah, we saw that earlier when we was like Hayes, Nebraska was like 108, and I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, the dew point was like 27 at that point.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to talk to long range, if you have any questions about the long range weather pattern, I'm looking at the long range models right now. So here's your next 3 to 5 minutes to ask your question.
Oh, Brett was joking. Yeah, there you go.
I was about to say, I was like, that would be like if you have 109 with a 76 degree dew point, your heat index would be like 135.
Now, someone did post the other day that Saudi Arabia, now granted it's to Saudi Arabia by Kuwait and stuff, had a heat index all-time record, 178 degrees.
Oh man!
Because the dew point was like 95 or something crazy like that.
Where was this at?
This was you're talking Saudi Arabia and Kuwait area.
Oh, okay. Is there like a body of water like next to?
Yeah, I think there's like, I don't know.
I'm not too familiar. I haven't looked at.
Well, no, I'm not either. I'm not even. I don't even want to start naming stuff because I'm probably gonna be wrong. But I just remember the number. But that's the all-time, and that's actually official. It's the all-time heat index.
Yeah. So the long range pattern, everybody. I'm sure Roy will have a new video update either tomorrow or the next day in the morning. And I will on my page as well. But the long range is definitely heat oriented for the Father's Day weekend. So you're going to have a hot Father's Day, especially in much of the plains from southern Canada all the way to Texas and everywhere in between. But then once that heat breaks down, the Storm Prediction Center has mentioned that there could be some severe weather in the northern plains, the upper Midwest, and the Great Lakes starting next Monday and going into Tuesday and probably beyond. And maybe, just maybe, more derecho potential. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, this would be a year that we would probably have another one. I would not rule that out. I mean, a lot of like even when I did my June outlook, it looked like after Father's Day, between Father's Day and July 4th, it looked like several opportunities for derecho type setups.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's such a signal. I mean, I'm looking. I rarely see agreement in models. I mean, there's not agreement in all of the mesoscale, this far out, but I'm looking at the CFS. I'm looking at the European. I'm looking at the Canadian, the GFS, which is the American model, and all 4 of those are actually hinting at over 3,000 CAPE somewhere in the Midwest. I'm not going to say where because it's kind of uncertain, but that would indicate to me more severe weather because there is wind shear coming in. So when you put wind shear with 3,000, everybody, you're definitely going to get some severe weather, but unsure of where. So that's the puzzle piece the SPC will be putting together here in the next few days coming up.
Yeah. So all right, let's zoom into. But yeah, but overall things are definitely winding down. I mean, the tornado threat has definitely subsided for sure. I mean, I think these are probably going to be lasting for sporadic severe thunderstorms for, a couple of more hours, I would say, before they all kind of fall apart.
Yeah, it looks like the main even significant damaging wind risk is pretty much settling down. Like most of the hazards are settling down right now. We really never, I mean, that's good, but we really never saw we saw some 2-inch hail, but we didn't really see that 3 to 4-inch hail like was possible.
Well, it did highlight up to 3 inches. And we did have
3, that's right, up to 3.
And we did actually have confirmation of 2.75. That has actually been confirmed already by in Lamont, Iowa. Other than that
was back in Buchanan County.
We had Marquette, Wisconsin had an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. I'm just looking at some of the storm reports. And that's just what's confirmed, so far. These are all very, very preliminary, and they'll be adding to these.
Or negative tilted troughs. I'll tell you here in a minute. Probably not. You usually don't get negative tilts very much in the summer. You get those because you got a strong high pressure. You don't get negative tilts over top very much. In the fall, if we have La Nina, which is favored in the fall, yes, you'll probably get more negative tilt. This fall might have a lot of severe weather, but we're not even into summer yet, so we won't even get into the fall months.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the storm reports from Monday from that derecho type setup. So right now the wind reports are at almost 600. So almost 600 wind reports.
And did you see all the power outages in Ohio and West Virginia?
Yeah, I think
it was up to 1 million.
Yeah, it topped out at almost 400,000 at one point in Ohio alone, just in Ohio.
I'm actually going to look at that. I wonder if they all restored their power or not, because I wonder if
they still
have their outages.
Let me look at this. Well, it looks like Ohio, yeah, they still have 151,000 people without power. Wisconsin has 123,000 without power. Georgia's has 22,000. West Virginia, 17,000. Indiana, 17,000.
Yeah, so if people think it's hot, just think about all the people in Ohio. It was in the mid-90s there in Ohio today in spots. So without air conditioning.
And then, of course, the heat index was well over 100.
Yeah, they had the excessive heat warnings and heat advisories over that way. So there's a lot of people. And of course, when you take into account, when you say, what was the power outages at, like 151,000, those are just individual households. I mean, there could be double or triple that in a household. I mean, there's probably easily 400,000 people still without power now.
Oh, yeah, those are actually households, yes. I mean, yeah. So obviously most houses have more than one person in it. All right. Well, I mean, I think
I was really getting on a coughing spree here.
A coughing spree?
Pretty much. Yeah, so since everything's winding down, I think Roy is gonna ready to call it a night here.
I think for the most part, things are kind of winding down. I mean, we've been on here almost 5 hours. Like I said, the tornado threat has gone, and I don't know. I mean, the way they're driving these chasers, they might actually maybe already heading towards.
You see one moving that way?
Well, I mean, he's almost heading towards Chicago now, so it's he might be actually heading towards the Northeast for tomorrow.
Probably.
I mean, or at least staying ahead of these storms, but there's nothing. I don't expect any severe stuff further south. This one
tomorrow, there's just an enhanced risk for New York State down into Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no,
Northeast tomorrow. Beware more severe weather, and Roy might be on live. He'll let you know. If I come on live with him, it'll only be for a few hours before I have.
Yeah, I'll let you know tomorrow. If I'm going to go live or not. It would be around 3:00, tomorrow afternoon. for the Northeast. But it looks like for the most part, things are somewhat winding down. I mean, we're still going to have pop-up severe activity, but I don't expect any more tornado warnings for the rest of the evening. And we do have some watches that'll extend and through 8, 9, 10 midnight time frame. But overall, things are decreasing a little bit earlier than I expected.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody coming on, and this was fun. I love everybody in the chat giving us, fun things to talk about, and good questions. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, guys. Well, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate all the new followers and everybody that tunes in every day. And I appreciate Hunter helping me out this evening with his storm coverage and knowledge.
Yeah, everybody, before you leave, go drop a like on this. The pretty good coverage today, that's for sure.
All right, guys. Well, y'all be safe tonight. I'll be back tomorrow morning with an update, with a new update on my video, and then I'll let you know during that update if I'm going to go live or not for tomorrow activity in the Northeast. All right, Brett. Have a good night. Thanks, Snowy. Thanks for all your help. Appreciate it. Bye, Jakey. Y'all have a good night. We'll see you in the morning. Bye.